Okay, apologies for that. Yada 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 something something fireworks yada 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 something medication yada yada yada. I don't know why I can't seem to unfuck my brain today, but I was in the wrong category, and unfortunately, due to some of the tracking of stuff on websites, if you don't start in the right category, it doesn't give you credit. Now, I know some people are going to say, oh, well, you know what you could do is you can go into the Twitch thing and you can change your category. And yes, I get that and I understand, but some of the tracking software doesn't ever allow you to change. It's because some of the tracking software recognizes, and this is where shitty content creators have heard it for everybody. What some people have done, and I think this is like the most vile thing that you could do and hurt the whole industry for everybody, is what some streamers were doing is they were doing a live stream. Hello there. What some streamers were doing is they were doing a live stream, and that live stream would get caught by like sponsor program, like sponsor tracking software. And then what they would do is they would go in and they would go into Twitch and they would change the category that they were in after the fact. And then they would take that and they would submit that link to another sponsorship. And because they did that, some of the tracking software that game companies use or affiliate programs use now will only count whatever category you were live in. And of course, when I went live, I was dumb and I didn't nail down getting the things put in the right place. But now they're in the right place, and hopefully... Oh, did I get here just in time? Look at that. Oh no, it's still going. You know, and I got it all done by 10 o'clock. It was like all the mistakes were taken care of. And stupid people that are shooting the wrong thing. So, as I was saying, person, neighborhood, they set their house on fire. Now most of the people in the neighborhood don't set off a lot of fireworks. Also, there's a lot of things I want to be critical of Starry Studios and NetEase about. One of which is this carnival thing. This Loot Crate event runs on Friday, Saturday, and Sunday evenings at 8, 9, and 10 p.m. Who decided that 8, 9, and 10 p.m. West Coast time was the only time that they should run an event? Hi there, Mark. This is the same thing that Tryon Worlds did years and years and years ago. Tryon Worlds... in ArcAge, they had all of the events programmed for a... Hi, Mark. The only time I understand prime time, but only time for an event is weird. Right, and then it was like ArcAge, what ArcAge did was ArcAge had only West Coast time servers. But only East Coast time servers. So the primetime events for ArcAge were going on while at like 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Well, 2 o'clock in the afternoon, people are still at work. Students are still at school. People are still in class. People are picking up their kids from school. Even if you know, 5 o'clock in the afternoon for East Coast time, that's still really early, right? That's still really, really, really early in the day to be running all of your primetime events. They're 4 o'clock or 5 o'clock, 6 o'clock, 7 o'clock, 7:30. And it's just, you have to think to yourself, how does a company spend hundreds of thousands, if not millions of dollars, setting up a big expansion pack, and then nobody say, you know what, maybe our times are at the wrong spot? Or the one of the few things that I think was really, really brilliant about Intrepid Studios and them making Arcade or Ashes of Creation was they had realized we need to have primetime servers for North America, but we have to realize that West Coast and East Coast need separate servers. And I 100% understand the counter argument from the large guilds. And the large guilds are like, well, we have players in all the time zones. Okay, you have players in all the time zones. That's a fair statement. But what did you do before you had players in all the time zones? Yes, your guild is probably going to break up. Your guild is going to break up. Because your players are going to leave anyway. You're saying if you do this, it'll hurt our guild. But if the players can't do the prime time events anyway, they're not going to go to that game. They're going to say, you know what, that game's not friendly to my time zone. Or they're going to go to your game, you're going to do all the content at a certain time, they're not going to be able to, and then they're going to feel like second-class citizens, and then they're going to leave. They're going to be like, well, you guys are getting so far ahead because you're able to go to the events. I think in this regard, Revelation Online, like, I'm a big fan of looking what every game does well. Yeah, Rail, with the way that I saw your message, I'm not necessarily advocating to move towards a town, but I think the next time the game, well, first of all, let's be honest for a second. If the game screws us over again and they don't add in some really compelling content, hey, it's that one Canadian. If they don't do some really compelling content, then my time in Once Human may be coming to an end. Because I love the new expansion. I love 2.0. I think it's great. But the problem is they've made us even more powerful with nothing to do. It's like that scene in Bruce Almighty where he gets himself the really car and he's like, all this horsepower, nowhere to gallop. Like, Endless Dream, in my opinion, wasn't a very good scenario. Now, they've made some changes to it, so it's not as punishing if you're not there to do the content. But it still doesn't feel good as a player if you join a server and all the like, it's for some people that just want the reward. Logging in, getting a bunch of mails, and it says, oh, by the way, all this content was cleared, we didn't think about it. Here's all the rewards. For some players, that's great. But for other players, they're like, that's amazing, but I want to be able to do the content. And as I've said, I'm not against them creating scenarios that lend themselves to private servers. And by private servers, I mean private community-run servers, not the other kind. Yeah, you showed me the updated roadmap the other day, but I might, or I might not, being a Beyonder, I might or might not maybe have some insight that isn't necessarily ready for public consumption. And unlike the other assholes that don't know what getting some nudges, really, I'm not in the mood for you. As far as I'm aware, that deviation upgrade is still coming. If you look at that roadmap had like four, I think the public roadmap had 4 projects on it. It said like Project Deviation, I don't even remember what it said, like one that indicated Project Raid Zone, one that indicated Project Endless Stream, and I want to say there was one more on it, on the public one. We also have the retuning of Way of Winter. Now, what you've already seen on the retuning of Way of Winter makes Way of Winter like really, really bad. Taking out the large thermal towers is a major mistake in my opinion. The big thermal towers, first of all, should be coming to all the zones, and there shouldn't be standing pollution anymore or standing oil, except in some really, really, really rare spots. A while ago, I was very critical of Intrepid Studios because they weren't thinking. It's like they were having 2-minute meetings and they're like, this is a problem. This is the solution. Okay, let's go with that. But if you have a problem, if you have a really, really minor problem, and you don't think about the problem for more than 10 seconds, your solution could cause more problems than it fixes. Once Human is doing the same, we're going to put in permanent servers. Yeah, but, you didn't put in the fact that people can't reliably stay on those permanent servers. So you didn't, it's like you had a small problem, you released a fix, and then the fix didn't solve the problem, it created more problems. Which is okay. But then you're like, oh, well, those aren't problems. Yeah, the Operation Deviation thing looks like it's basically Pokemon. Just 2 people fighting with deviants. Right. But I think my backpack is full. How the hell? Oh, that backpack is full. Hold on, let me not be a douchebag and drop that stuff right in front of a lootable object. Yeah, let me throw out my campfire stove, because that won't go bad. Look at this. They're gonna have to do something. Look at all this stuff. I've got so many rare items that my bag is just getting too full of territory furniture. Don't throw out that one. Double check. Yep. Yep. Goodbye. Yeah, but the Operation Deviation thing, I agree with you. It's like Pokemon, but I think nestled inside of the Pokemon is how we can upgrade them. Now, I could be completely wrong. It could be that we're upgrading a different version of them. And also, with this event that they're running, this event that they're currently running is pretty solid. They will raise the stack amounts like they did with the crates. Don't let us open 500 boxes we have, raise the stack amount. Yeah, or like the thing you showed me earlier. They made a little bit of a mistake when they introduced a new item. It doesn't stack. So my hive mate made 99 of them, and now his whole inventory's full. Like, I know that they were like rushing so that they could have big content or a big update available for the 1-year anniversary. But then I love this game. Like, this is like the first game in a long time where I've been like, I love it. It's good. But it just seems like it didn't grow up very well. It seems like they didn't, it seems like it's a company that's gone backwards since launch. And a lot of that is due to the players. Like, the players want progression. Now, Rail's probably gonna throw shit when I show this. But I like meaningful progression. Personally. It's what gets me to log in. If I don't have meaningful progression, why am I playing your game? Okay, so in my video, I said I understand the blueprint conversion thing. Because without the blueprint conversion thing, it was going to take new players about a year to get even one 6-star weapon. But I think what you could have done, instead of allowing full blueprint transfers, I think you could have allowed transfers inside of the categories. So like Huntsman to Huntsman or Wanderer to Wanderer. And I think that would have been okay. But we're a year into the game. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I have 6 weapons. I have 7 weapons that aren't 6-star. 3, 6, 9, 12. 13 of my weapons are already 6-star. So, if you gave me something I could do to go earn blueprints, and it wouldn't matter, and I'm gonna, if you gave me something to do and I could only earn 1 fragment or 1 fragment of a fragment, like, we'll keep it really small. I don't want to say somebody can run a pro dungeon 166 times. Well, even then, I think a full fragment would be okay. Let me assign weekly each one of the silos to drop a particular fragment. And then I have reasons to run it. Or let me go a step better. You drop 1 fragment every clear per person in the group. So now I'm giving you an incentive to turn your multiplayer game that can be single player run into a multiplayer game again. Because if you told me that I could get fragments for running with other people, then Rail and I would run them and we'd be like, look you Muppets, we're about to sub 10-minute clear a nightmare dungeon. Get your ass in here. Because we're clearing shit. Get in the bus. We're going to town. But as it is right now, the only thing I have left to do is wait for the wish machine to refresh. I have 0 ways to earn blueprint fragments. There is nothing I can do. Now, I could do pulls off of the generic category. And I will when I get... I always keep 30,000 Starcrom in reserve for the next time. Yeah, most people would not be able to keep up and they'd cry about it. Oh, really, though, I don't need them to keep up. I just need 2 warm bodies to run behind them. Which game is this? This is Once Human. This is Once Human. Came out about a year ago. Came out 363 days ago. They launched their mobile version earlier this year. They actually have done... I want to give them props. Other than one goofy thing, and I am not a mobile game player, so I don't understand all the intricacies of being a mobile game player. I do understand that for your phone, you can have like Switch Joy-Cons. I do know that when they launched their mobile version, they didn't do that. They didn't launch their game with like Joy-Cons, which again, I'm going to say, I'm always critical of games, even if they are my friends, even if I'm in their creator programs. I'm always critical because they have enough people that are going to make raw, happy content. And I like content creators that make raw, happy content. But I think we also need people that make critical feedback. And how do you launch a mobile version before you have controller support? for mobile, because trying to play a shooter game on your phone, and I know what some people are going to say, they shouldn't be working about mobile, and I respect that viewpoint. I really do. I genuinely do. I'm not blowing smoke up your ass. I respect the viewpoint that you shouldn't be catering to mobile players, but mobile makes up 49% of the global income. Now, I don't have 2024's numbers yet because I don't think they're all compiled, but 2023 numbers were that mobile made up 49% of all of the gaming income, all of the gaming revenue. It was billions and billions of dollars. Now, yes, I understand some of that is grandma playing Candy Crush, and you're absolutely not disputing. You are right. But there are people that are making a very valid argument. Your phone, your brand new phone, is as powerful as some people's low-end computers. So why are you not releasing your mobile game with whatever the Joy-Con controller support is? If you want to make money. If you don't think you're going to make money on releasing your mobile version, why are you releasing it, right? So why are you releasing it in a bad state? That would be like releasing a game on PC that you couldn't use a mouse. You had to use you had to use the arrow keys and WASD. Like, people are like, that's absurd. You're right. It is. So how did you release your mobile game without Joy-Con support? And I would love to be able to just talk. I don't even say interview. I would love to just be able to talk to some of the industry people that make these decisions, just to find out how. Like, how did you think that was a good idea? How did you get to the idea that launching a game without controller support was going to be a good idea? Like, how'd you get there? Walk me through that. And if they turn around and say, well, that's what upper management wanted, we'd be like, okay, well, now we know definitively that, because we all suspect it. I mean, we all, quote, know it, but we would have then, upper management made that decision. You know what else I would love to see? I know it's never going to happen, but you know what I would love to see in gaming? I would love to see some upper management, vice presidents, when a game is getting just dogpiled on in social media, and the developers and the producers are getting just dragged through the mud. I would love to see a senior vice president of a gaming division come out and say, I'm going to own that. That was my call. I made that call. They didn't make that call. I made that call. It's never going to happen, and I know it's never going to happen. It's like my dream Shangri-La. This game was doing really good 7 months ago, and then stupid decisions happened. Whose fault is that? Vice president gets on a live stream. Yeah, that was my fault. I did that. Can I just say the middle of September cannot come fast enough? I want this event to be over. I want Lunar back. Lunar was fun. Anti-Gravity, not so much. And I want to say hi to all the people hanging out on all the streaming platforms. Everybody that watches this later in the video format, I love you people. You make life so much more enjoyable. I also want to say thank you to Rail for putting a boot up my ass after yesterday's show. And somebody else who sent me something. I want to say thank you for that. I'm going to restructure my politics shows a little bit. So I always like feedback. I'm a big fan of feedback. I'm a big fan of constructive criticism. In fact, I'm a big fan of criticism. Doesn't always have to be constructive. Now that I can make these, I'm kind of happy. Where did it go? Where did it go? Okay, now I got to get enough of those crystals. Got to make a couple of those backpacks. So see, that right there. I got what I was talking about. Give me something to do and I'll play your game. I got the formula for anti-gravity backpacks. So now that I have the formula for anti-gravity backpacks, now I know that I got to go and I got to collect like 300 of the crystals because I need to make one for me and one for my hive mate. And I have another hive mate who I'm a really bad hive mate towards, but I'm never online. I was finishing up some stuff. So now just something as simple as getting a recipe that I didn't already have is now a reason that I'm going to have to play. You don't know about Lunar, but this moon jump shit is for the birds. See, I liked Lunar. I thought Lunar... let me back up, because I think we'll meet in the middle. I think Lunar was a great idea. It needed to be tweaked. It needed to be refined. When is the next wipe with this game? Okay, so that's a great question. This game does not have full wipes. This game doesn't have full wipes. Every server is on a schedule. Every server is a different length of time. So, as you can see, in 3 days and 22 hours, we'll move on to the next phase. When that phase is over, we'll move into the final phase, and then we'll move into settlement phase. When I leave, I will keep all of my blueprints, all of my weapon mods, all of my weapon attachments. The only thing that will happen is I will have to go through the base process of getting, you know, wood and rock and copper and iron and titanium, which isn't a huge deal. But if you choose, at the end of this, you can stay on your server permanently. There are a few flaws left in the permanent servers with them collapsing worlds down, which is why Rail and I moved to a new server. But you don't... It's not like other survival games where they do a wipe and you lose everything. You keep the majority of the important stuff. In fact, you keep all of the important stuff. Oh, and you keep all your deviations. They give you enough points to bring stuff out of storage. Like, Rail and I come to the new worlds now. We bring a chainsaw, a drill, some tacos, some canned seafood, 20 deviations, and then as we're going through, if we need something, we can draw it. Like, I come in here, let's say, for example... let's say, for example, I didn't want to start over breeding rabbits in this world. I wanted to bring some rabbits over. Well, I can come down here to inherit resources, and I can bring rabbits out of my storage. All right, that's a rabbit and a bison. Let's say I needed, for some odd reason, I needed seeds. I need aloe vera seeds. I actually do need aloe vera seeds. So I can bring those aloe vera seeds over. So they keep saying that this is an open world survival game. But break, I think it's more of a it's more of a weird seasonal PvE game. Now, someone said Lunar was awesome, Starfall is basic. Yeah, I agree with you. I was hoping that the Visional Wheel would turn and we would get more stuff. I'm not saying anything derogatory about the players who like this anti-gravity Starfall thing, because you like what you like. I don't like it. I don't like it because it's basic. I don't like it because they gave you new formulas to make floating buildings, but then you have to accumulate so many gravity crystals that it's time prohibitive. Like, they're a way to make sure that you played. Remember I said if you give me something to do, I will log in and play? Well, I'll show you. Visional Wheel, Starfall Collection. You gave me something to do. Right? I've been doing this since May 22nd, and I've accumulated less than 3,000 crystals. And you want me to collect 12,500 crystals. Well, yeah, you gave me something to do, but I don't want to do it. all of these numbers should have been in half, or the reward should have been better. Like, you're going to give me 2 Astresium crates. Now, look at this. One of your third down top reward is 2 Astresium crates. Do I look like I need Astresium crates? You got to make sure that you're giving rewards that are meaningful. Yeah, I'm not saying Lunar was bad, just that I'd rather have taken a step forward. Exactly. Would have rather have taken a step forward, but I think they're also so concerned with tweaking a piece of content or creating new content. Let me back that up. They're so concerned with making new content, they don't realize they have a brilliant gold mine of content. They just got to tweak it. If they would just tweak the base defense thing, think about, Rail and I play all the time, but think about how different our bases would be if we had to defend our bases once a week. If we had to defend our bases once a week, it would be radically different. If you had to keep your base defended from roving packs, like 7 Days to Die does the open world better than Once Human does. Absolutely better on in all aspects. Like 7 Days to Die, I feel like until you're on like your second month, that you're always one nut or one bolt or one thing short. Not that you don't have gobs and gobs of a lot of stuff, but you're always missing that one thing. You're like, damn it. And you're also like, oh, I gotta go out and I gotta loot bookstores. Why? Because I don't have all my recipes yet. I haven't found all the magazines. I can't make everything yet. Like Once Human, you feel, in this case, actually feel like you have to go out into the world. For this game is now a dungeon crawler. I don't feel like I ever have to go out into the world. Oh, this guy got me. Yeah, what's the easiest and most fun way to hook mobile players? Jumping puzzles. But then you basically said, oh, PC players, thanks for getting our game established. And now what we're gonna do is we're gonna focus on a different community. Because let's be honest, the mobile community and the PC community, they can share space, but they're different communities. They're different demographics. So, but yeah, I could see them fixing so many problems if they were just like, okay, guys, we're gonna, and they don't even have to do it on all the servers. They could say, this is going to be survive if you can. They could name a scenario, survive if you can. Your base gets attacked, and your base starts getting attacked by more and more mobs, and can you survive it? Now you can't call it like 7 Days to Die because you'll get your ass sued off, and you can't do it like a 1-for-1, otherwise 7 Days to Die will probably tie you up in court. The fun pimps will be like, hey, you're lifting our idea. Well, don't lift their idea for 1-for-1. Not 1-for-1. Same sort of concept. You got to defend your base once per phase. Or maybe, and like I said once before, 7 Days to Die, you're in a little bit more control of the game because unless you're logged in, your time's not clicking. I'm talking about single player at this point, not multiplayer. But unless you're logged in, the time's not ticking. Well, here, you can, if you don't force your base to get attacked inside of an interval, then the server just attacks your base. In order to be respectful of players' time, say if you don't designate an attack on your base inside of a 5-day window, then the server will just attack your base. But because it's a live running game, I'm on right now. It's 10:35 on a Saturday for me. And I call up Rail and I'm like, hey man, I got a barbecue to go to later today. Are you free? Can you come help me defend my base so I can click it off the schedule for the week? Or I forget to do that, and then Rail's pinging me on Discord, hey, dumb fuck, your base is under attack right now. I'm here, but whatever the rule set you decide. You do 100% damage to enemies. Your base does 100% damage to enemies. Your friends only do 50% damage to enemies. So your friends can come and try to save your base for you, but it's going to be a lot harder. Like, hey, dumb fuck. And then I'm like, oh shit, I'm whipping out the cell phone. I'm going mobile so that I can just be there and like peck, 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 peck. See what I'm saying? Like, you don't have to create, you don't have to spend 10 months, 11 months, a whole year iterating. You have something, just tweak it, make it more valuable. One of the things I thought that they were going to do that they ended up not doing was make servers with rule sets. They kind of do that. They kind of do it with the silos. It'll be like bosses take less damage if they haven't been constantly damaged in the last 3 seconds. So they try to make it like 1 week rifles are good. Or they're like, enemies take 70% damage the first time they're hit, but then they take 130% damage. Okay, well, that doesn't really help snipers because it helps everybody. Bosses take 130% more damage on weak spots, but 70% damage when hit everywhere else. Okay, well that's good. That's a good way to change people's playstyle. Except everybody is so powerful now that like they introduced nightmare content. But I can go into a nightmare solo right now and solo it in probably less than 20 minutes. So was that really good content? Or was it content for the sake of content? Recipe Starry Bubbly Tea. Thought I had that already. Oh, is it going to tell me I already have it, so it's going to give me a free one? Yeah, you already learned this formula. With the new chef class, I could clear it in 12. Yeah, probably. Do you know what they did just because they hate me, Rail? Do you know what meat I need for bounce weapon damage? I need poultry. Like, they can go fuck themselves. Fucking poultry? Really? Really? You made it be poultry? Like, it doesn't matter what I pick. It never matters. If you want to make sure that you don't get screwed over playing a video game, find out what I'm built, find out my build, and then don't run that build. Be like, oh, Jay's running Archer. Nobody play Archer. Jay's running Bounce. Don't be Bounce. Like, poultry, really? But no, the cooking system, the new cooking system is really good. It unfortunately makes people overly powerful because you can now eat 2 foods. It makes elemental builds. If a boss is vulnerable to elemental damage, it makes elemental builds crazy because elemental builds can stack, like Boom Boom can stack so much damage. But the problem is so many bosses are just immune to immune to the status part of the damage. They're like, nah, I don't want to take that damage. So I'm hoping to have time today to play around more with Chef. Chef is really good. this system is, and I was hoping to have been able to do more of this the other day, but I got up early to stream because the patch was the night before, but then there was a problem with sending out the things. So it's like most of the items tell you what they add. Like creative cooking success rate plus 10%. Hydration depletion rate negative 10%. It won't tell me what contaminated aloe vera does yet. And it won't tell me what regular cabbage or regular potatoes does. But like, you notice, if this is a recipe, I don't know what it is. So it's going to be canned meat of some kind. It is canned vegetables and meat. Ding dong. Ding dong. It's free to play. Does that mean pay to win too? No, absolutely not. There is zero, and I mean 0, 0, 0, 0, 0. 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0 pay to win. There is 0 pay to win. Zero pay to win. I just saw the best picture ever. I'm not going to show it out of respect for my daughter. My daughter is 5'2", and she's at the cell phone place, and our cell phone guy is 6'7". My daughter is up to here on him. That is the best fucking thing ever. So the DLC is just cosmetic. Yes, I will show you now. The DLC is ridiculously priced, and I'm not gonna lie to you about that. But you never have to buy anything from it. They also give out an awful lot of free cosmetics. So yes, when you come into the shop, you're gonna get sticker shock. But they are supporting the game 100% on paid cosmetics. They give everybody a free battle pass, right? And like that, the shirt is an example of one of their free cosmetics. They do make sure to give out free stuff, right? And if you play long enough, you can make interesting builds out of the free stuff. Like they make sure that, unlike BDO, that treated its non-cosmetic buying players. Some people said you felt like you were playing Oscar the Grouch because you were in a trash can. They don't do that. They try to make sure that you feel respected as a free-to-play player. So there is no pay to win, period. There's no looking bad because you didn't spend any money. Now, of course, yes, the people that do spend money, they have a little bit more control over their look. Like this is what it looks like if you don't have the skin on it. This is what it looks like if you have the skin on it. The fridge is the same way. Like you can have the stainless steel fridge or the fridge you grew up with in your house with all the stuff, all the magnets on it. Even the battle pass and all the yeah, that's a great point. On the battle pass, and thank you for bringing that up, all of the Star Crom is on the free side. If you notice on the bottom row, which is the paid side, there is no Star Crom. So it's like you don't even fall behind an inch, a millimeter behind the people. The one time that they've accidentally, inadvertently put in something that was pay to win, and it wasn't intentional. You could clearly tell it was accidental. It was like guiding you to spend money, and when we called them out on it, they're like, yeah, here, compensation. You were right. We didn't think about that. We didn't think about it from the player's angle. Hey, get back here. The wish box cannot accept gold skins. Interesting. Screw it, you can have all 41. Yeah, the only thing I'm not giving you is standard parts. So yeah, they have done a really, really, really good job of making sure that they haven't allowed pay to win to become dominant in their game. They don't have any. They don't want it. They understand it. And they give away, like I said earlier, and I have a couple of videos on my YouTube channel that help power through. You can have a 6-star blueprint. You can have a 6-star weapon in your first month to play. It's not like well, the game came out a year ago, so I'm gonna be forever behind. You're not. You can be caught up with everybody else in like a month and a half, 2 months. Which is great. You also, by the time you run your novice season to get like your feet under you, and the time you run your first Manibus season, if you want to go to a PvP server, you can. They also have introduced a really, really great idea. And that great idea is, instead of having a character and a character and a character, right? Oh, you guys, I gotta fix that. Instead of having it that way, what you have is you have a character. I'm sorry, you have an account, and all of your characters funnel back to it. So what happens is, you go to Manibus, and you go to Way of Winter at the same time, because you have two different groups of friends. Everything your Manibus character does, your Way of Winter character benefits from, and then vice versa. It's such a great way to do a survival game, as opposed to, if I want to play with this group, do we have any breeding boost? Probably. If not, we have the stuff to make it. Breeding boost. Yeah. I guess I'm running up and down the river for a second. Is there single player or only multiplayer? Okay. So there is only multiplayer, unless you rent your own server. Unless you, because you can, and I'm not 100% sure if that's 100% online right now. But if you have your own server, you can set it up for yourself. The truth is, though, if you're on a PvE server, you can't be killed unless you go to the one event that's a PvP event. And you can only be killed inside of that event. You can flag for PvP if you want to, but that's the only way you could be killed outside of Cargo Shuffle. So don't really need to play single player. If you don't want to deal with other players, there's very little inconvenience other players cause you. Half the time, for like 3 seasons, Rail and I just had global chat off. We didn't want to deal with anybody. The only thing you ever do with people is Prime Wars. If you're on Manibus, you do Prime Wars. If you're on Way of Winter, it's doing Chaos Weavers. That's really the only time you ever are driven. It's a house building game. Okay, that's a fair point, that it's a house building game, except that's one of the things that they've screwed up. And it's one of the things I hope they fix on the permanent servers. I used to build really cool estates. And again, that was the reason to play. Like, I don't really feel like running dungeons. Oh, let me build a garden. Like, let me have something to do. Well, now, because when you go to the permanent server, when your worlds merge, you have to be able to drop your property. I really am I'm really disheartened. I'm really disenfranchised because I can't build a really cool house anymore. Because if I have to move it and I have to drop it, we only left the permanent server because no matter how hard Rail tried, could not redrop his property when our worlds got merged. So he couldn't do anything. Well, now we're building these weird boat houses that have a really, really small footprint, so that if we have to merge, it's really easy. Like, I'll tear these out just before the merging problems happen, but it's really, really easy to find a place to drop a 3x3 grid. But the issue becomes your pumps get destroyed. They didn't think about the long term, and it's such a simple solution. On the permanent server, stop being cheap and just accept the fact that you're going to have 5 worlds on the permanent server, and don't be merging them. And then slap an executive wearing a suit and tie if he says, well, we could save money by... Yeah, we could save money by a lot of things, but we're not going to save money by fucking around with the permanent servers. Because then, if you feel that your house is going to be disrupted all the time, you're not very inclined to buy their cosmetic packs. And there was a person who has bought every cosmetic pack to support the game. And what they said was, I'm not buying any more cosmetic packs because I can never build a house that lasts for more than like 6 weeks. And then people were dogpiling on this girl, and she was like, why would I keep building nice things when I lose them? And it takes me, and people are like, oh, well, what you could do is you could set the blueprint. And she's like, yeah, but then until I build the entire blueprint, my place isn't functional. And I can't just boom, drop the blueprint into place. So I see both sides of the argument. Yes, it's a house building game. Absolutely. And they do need to focus on it being a house building game, because that's how they make money, selling house stuff. And I would rather them sell house stuff and cosmetics than sell power. 100 times out of 100. I hate pay to win. I would rather pay a box price and a monthly sub than there be pay to win. But if you're gonna sell house stuff, then make sure you're setting up a game where people want to buy the house stuff. Don't be setting it up where people are like, oh, I'm disappointed because of the changes you make. Which is a great thing. Which is an absolutely great thing if you can run your game. I'm really hoping Once Human is successful in what they're doing, because then it's going to prove to people, like, what's the big argument about League of Legends game? League of Legends' game was, I don't think that you can support an MMORPG on just cosmetic sales. Well, I would love for Riot to be able to show that you can, in fact, support an MMORPG on just cosmetic sales. Yeah, you can put a mining platform 10 stories in the air on your roof and get ore, but you gotta put a water pump on the ground. Exactly. So yeah, there's some breeding boost in there. But no, I think they've done amazing with being able to push the boundaries of their game so far without having pay to win. And I hope they can continue to do so. Because it's not just about this game. And I know some people will say, well, I don't care because it's a stupid game. And that's fine. Don't care if you think it's a stupid game. But care because the idea changes the industry. Just the idea changes the industry. What did I come over here for? So, but no, it's a fun game. My goal, and I saw somebody mention this. This isn't my idea. I saw somebody ask the question on Twitter about FOMO and how much FOMO impacts you. And honestly, I think FOMO is a fear of missing out. I think fear of missing out is a really, really crucial marketing thing, because you got to get people to want to buy your product, at least according to the old marketing designs. You got to get people to buy your product right now. Well, Dune came out, and because of how Dune dropped, I wasn't able to play the early access. And because of where Dune dropped, I wasn't able to play the regular launch, because when it early accessed, I was at a wedding. I'm sorry, when it early accessed, I was on vacation. And when it normal launched, I was gone at the wedding. So for me, the FOMO piece, because of how Dune was progressed, and then I heard about all the bugs, and I heard about all the issues, and I heard about all the everything, I was like, yeah, I'm kind of glad I missed it, because there were a lot of issues. I saw Dune's numbers aren't exactly stellar on Steam. I haven't looked since last week, but they weren't exactly blowing it up. You've still not gone back? You uninstalled? Yeah, so now let's take that for you. You still haven't gone back to Dune. You uninstalled. Dune could probably do 900 changes, but if you're not paying attention to it, you're not going to see them. You're not going to see those changes, because that's where FOMO hurt them. They raced to get you in. They raced to get you as a customer, but then you didn't like it. And I'm sure Dune fans are going to do their due diligence, and they're going to say, in fact, let's not say Dune fans might, or they could. Rail is a Dune fan, and he has said to me multiple times, I really think you should give it another look, because he wants to go give it another look. And that is the marketing doing its job. That is multi-level marketing. That is how that works. That is in its purest form. They're not paying him to try to get me to go play Dune. He's not a content creator, so he's not in an affiliate program, and it's not a pyramid scheme because he's not getting paid for it. But that's how you want your multi-level marketing to work. You be like, hey man, you should give it another try. And then that's where it's going to draw me out of this game to go to that game. That's it working. I've loved the Dune universe since I watched the OG film. The IP was the only hook that got me. Now my hype's been killed. I don't care enough to give it another go. And there you go. That's so important about the idea behind it. Also, Jack plays Dune, and his guild won whatever the week is, and he said, we have so much stuff to be refining that I can just go back to my normal play style now. Why would you ever want your game to be designed like that? Why would you want your game to be designed in such a way where people can win the zone control once and then never really have to go back, right? I don't think that makes for a good setup. Now, I could be wrong, but I think you want to have it like, I know PvPers want PvP, and I'm not trying to take away PvP from any PvPers, but in a game like Dune, there shouldn't have been PvP or zone control inside about the first month of the game, because those no-lifers who are going to jump in and just go to town, they have a very particular play style. And I think it would be fair to say their play style isn't necessarily conducive to everybody else who wants to play the game having an enjoyable time. And it's not like you blew up the universe and got this massive amount of players. It's not like you can afford to alienate the PvEers, the casuals. Because remember, no matter what a PvPer tells you, casuals keep the lights on. It's casuals who keep the lights on, not the PvPers. You got 130 hours on Dune, no regrets buying, and had a great time. And if anything like Conan Exiles, I'm going to revisit the game from time to time. That's fair. You have no regrets buying it. But now let me ask you. If you have 130 hours in it, why don't you have more? Are you done now? Like, help me out with just a little bit more. Are you finished? The FOMO of doing chores to keep my base running scared me away. That's fair. Because it is. There is a lot of work to do. And that is one thing that I said during testing. You don't regret buying it. You got your 100 to 200 hours. You regret caring about it, though. That's also fair. Well, there is one more tier of stuff, but I don't see the point of getting that. What's then where I'm going to use... Yeah. Where am I going to use the best of the best stuff? And see, that's where... The so what comes in. Like, so what? I had a colonel who taught me the value of the question, so what? There's a disruption in the supply chain and we're not going to be able to get the filters for the filter separators for 3 weeks. So what? Well, I'm just letting you know. No, I asked you a question, so what? Are we out of them? No, we have plenty in stock. Then why are you worried about it? And it was a great, it was a great, you know, a great learning lesson. What is the so what? Why are you worrying about things that aren't important? Worry about the things that are important. Players are reaching 200 hours and they're not logging back into our game. So what? Well, we might not be able to get them to buy the DLC. Well, why not? Wow. That's a really important so what? That's a really important... That is a big... That is the what. If you've seen Margin Call with Jeremy Irons, this is it. I'm telling you, this is it. If you don't get your hooks into the gamers and keep them... And I have a clip on my YouTube channel where I say... keeping people addicted like heroin addicts. If you don't keep them addicted like heroin addicts, when they leave your game, they're gonna go find the next hit somewhere else. That's why the way Yoshi P did it with Final Fantasy XIV was so amazing. He outright said, we can't make content faster than you can absorb it, faster than you can consume it. So when we release a piece of content and you get done with it, go enjoy other games. But don't forget to come back. And when I heard him say that, that was so powerful because that's the kind of producer I want to play the games he makes. Because it lets me know he respects my time. Like, I know a lot of people in Final Fantasy, they said, I don't like the fact that when I'm running the endgame raid, I can only get one piece of gear per week. Well, remember, they're a company, and they gotta make money too. If you could clear the dungeon 17 times in a row, get all, well, let's say, if you need 17 things, let's say it takes you 30 times to clear it, to get all the things you need. You would clear it and then unsub until the next patch of content. If they only let you get one a week, that keeps you subbed for 4 months. well, they're respectful of my time. They're not respectful of my money. Well, they are respectful of your money. They understand you have it and they need it. Like, they're a business too. They can't run on, you know, they can't run on your good looks and your charm. Like, Yoshi P is a very inspirational individual, but the company can't live off his inspiration. Games got to have grinds. Dev's never going to make content fast enough for players without grinds. Absolutely. Exactly. That is 100% it. That's why early gameplay loops need to be extended, need to be expanded. That's why what Once Human did was so weird to me. What Once Human did was they got rid of the earliest loops. Or you need player created content. So there's two types of player created content. There's player friction and there's player created. Neverwinter Nights had player created dungeons that had no rewards, but they were still, that was a flashbang to the eyes. It was still really good because it was fun. I remember the best dungeon I've ever run in any video game was The Wizard of Oz in Neverwinter Nights, made by a player. Bar none, best piece of content I've ever run. It was hilarious. It was Monty Python-ish with the absurdity of the parallels. It was great. I should probably say it was a Mel Brooks Monty Python bastard love child because of the absurdity of the parallels, but it was great and there was no reward for it. I ran it a bunch of times because I would talk about it and then people would be like, yeah, let's go run it. So we would go run it. It was great. It was amazing. It was player created. I've talked about, if I had the opportunity, which I never will, but if I did, that would be one of the first things, that would be one of the first cornerstone day one discussions I had with the development team. Number one, how are we going to implement security so that we don't have cheaters? Because fuck cheaters in online games. And number two, what way, shape, or form are we going to introduce player-created content? What do we want that to look like? Because if you can have your players, and we would talk about both, player friction and player-created content. Player friction isn't a bad thing, as long as the only people getting frictioned are voluntary. For example, let's look at the rise and fall of EVE Online. EVE Online. Oh, speaking of rise and fall, Break. I can't believe Pirate Software put out a tweet where he said his video didn't hurt the Stop Killing Games initiative, but then didn't understand exactly when you create a visual that has data points on it. I don't know Pirate Software. I don't know Thor. He's not my friend. I've never talked to him, never had a conversation with him, but I will say this. You might be really smart in programming. I don't know him. But you're not the smartest guy in the room when it comes to logic and critical thinking. I'm not saying you're the dumbest guy in the room, but he needs that really big wake-up call that he really is only half as smart as he thinks he is when it comes to logic and critical thinking. Logic and critical thinking in software development, sure, absolutely. But you put out a graphic that says, due to this data point, I'm not responsible. Okay, you're right. By causation, the time period of your first video did not cause the dip. And if he had just left it alone, it would have been okay. The problem is when he shows 3 other videos that were positive in nature having a positive effect, well, you literally just destroyed your own argument. Because you showed that if 3 positive videos have a positive effect and a negative video has a negative effect, you've solved your own logic loop. If data point X causes negative and if data point Y causes positive and data point X, which was yours, causes negative, correlation isn't always causation, but it's more likely rather than less likely. If he had just said, hey guys, look, when I made my video, the downward trend had already happened. I was on the lagging end of the downward trend. He would have been fine, because then, as much as I hate what he did, I would have had to defend him, because I would have had to say, yeah, he's absolutely right. This downward trend right here on these dates to these dates, his video came out here. In fact, I would have had to make the argument that the increase after he put out his video was a positive. Even though the video content was negative, it put eyes on it. So the people that agreed with the initiative then, you know, went and signed it. I would have had to make that argument, not because I wanted to, but because I don't like disingenuous arguments. But because he framed the rest of the argument and showed the rest of it, he's like, making me the villain certainly helped. Good luck with your next step. Making you the villain certainly helped because you were the villain. Your own chart proved that. So, that's a little side piece there. Now, as far as what I see you say, procedurally generated content, which is not to the level quite yet where compete with the other two, I think you're wrong. I think procedurally generated content can absolutely compete with player generated content, developer generated content, and player friction. Player friction, let's talk about EVE Online. EVE Online is an amazing game if several things align for it to be a good game for you. One of those things is that you have to be in a good alliance. You have to have access to nullsec. And I know you have wormholes and this other thing, because I haven't played EVE in a long time, but EVE Online would have been great if they had done two things. Number one, there should not have been the ability to kill people in high sec, even suiciding on them. And I say that because the people that are living in high sec are living in high sec because they don't want to live in null sec, because they don't want to deal with the bullshit. They should not have been allowed to be popped normally. What should have happened is that the faction warfare system should have occasionally, not all the time, not repeatedly, but it should have occasionally dragged all of the pilots of a faction into armed conflict with one of the other factions. The faction warfare system was a good step in a good direction, but it wasn't coupled with the rest of a good step, if that makes sense. Leave the people in high sec alone so they keep paying their subscription, so the developer can make some profit, onboard some people, and fix stuff. Instead, you have a game where you see new players created, and Kriba, I think, maintains EVE Offline. You see the number of new players created every day. And you see the concurrent population not rising at all. So if you can see how many new players or how many new accounts were created in a day, every day, but you're not moving in a positive growth, one of two things is happening. One, new players are taking the place of old players, which then you have to ask, why is our player retention so low? Or why are we unable to retain new players specifically? And I think both of those are important questions. I know there are games that are trying to utilize high-level procedural generation, but none of them have come out yet. I haven't seen a game yet with procedural content with procedurally created cutscenes with dialogues and a storyline. Well, you won't, because you can't. You can't have a procedurally generated storyline.
Oh my god.
Because of the flaw of then you can have randomized, pieced together storylines where it's like those old books where you get to the bottom of the page and it says, do you attack the skeleton, turn to page 43? Do you run away from the skeleton, turn to page 56? You can do like the choose your own adventure, but you can't have procedurally generated story, because then eventually the server, the system, the AI, the ghost in the machine is going to be taking your IP in a direction, one, you may not want, two, you never intended, three, now you don't want. I'll give you a great example of procedural generation and where it could go in a direction. In the Rifts tabletop, there's a character named Erin Tarn, and she is the biographer of the world. And every one of the expansion books starts with like her letter of her journals. It's like her diary. And everybody, you know, laughed. Like Erin Tarn is going to all these places and she's crazy, and she's, you know, a couple of books in, they actually leveled her up and gave her new skills, because they're like, oh, she's been venturing around the world. How has she got no XP? The problem is procedural generation could end up killing her, because procedural generation could come up with a quest that says, go kill her, because you've been walking an evil storyline. Well, now, if she's dead in your world, how do you get the next expansion when the way the developers expand the world is by having her introduce it? It wouldn't make a lot of sense for a new expansion pack to come out with Erin Tarn talking about going to Africa and stopping the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse if you've already killed her. Now, some people would say, well, that's easy then. Just take all the characters that you don't want to die and hard code them that they can't be the targets of procedural generation main story content. Okay, so now, what, do you remember in World of Warcraft, if you played Forsaken, at one period of time, you would get to a point in the storyline where you've already cleared out the betrayal of the big gargoyle motherfucker, and in the room, he wasn't there for you, but he was in the room for other people who haven't gotten to that point. Well, now that NPC isn't usable for me because I've already eliminated him. But you could get a quest that makes no sense to me, that I might not even be able to get and help you with, because my world is different. Procedural generation, I think, would work really, really well for a single-player RPG. But I don't think it will ever work really, really well for an MMORPG. Yeah, you say this is a single-player sandbox. Yeah, a single-player sandbox can absolutely do that. A single-player sandbox can do these things because the programmer, the developer, can write the narrative where here's your starting point, here's your midpoint, and how you get between those two things is up to your decisions, your actions, and the procedural generation. But at the end of the day, all of those procedures must get you to Rivendell.
Hasn't been used in a long time.
Thank you. So all of those things, no matter what the you could do procedural storylines for side quests in MMORPGs, absolutely, without a doubt.
Well, yes, you are the only to hold them all.
Absolutely, without a doubt. You could do procedural story quests for side quest, or procedural generation for side quests very, very easily. And you already are seeing part of like the baby steps of this, where For example, scaling level. Like those mobs that just came in were like level, whatever, 30, not even. What they could have done is they could have sliding scaled that to my level. But then people say, well, when you get sliding scale, it changes the... Yeah, I get it. I understand. There's going to be a negative to every positive. Like, if you play War Tales is a great example of this. You can play standard character level, or you can play adaptive character level. Be very, very, very careful. If you play adaptive character level, how quickly you level, because you will find yourself getting slapped by mobs because you haven't gotten to the level where you have good armor and good weapons. So you're getting bitch slapped, and it's not your fault because you over leveled. And that's fine. As long as you hold on. So my stubborn-headed daughter finally came and asked for help. She's been struggling for 18 months. And shit that she needs... Like, you can't help a kid who won't come to you for help. She finally came to me for help. So I'm gonna have a fucking large bill at the end of the month, but shit like glasses, it's like, kid, you're blind in one eye, you need new glasses. So that's what I was dealing with. Which is where I think it will shine. Fill in all the gaps that the devs don't have time to do. Yes. If you can figure out, like, for example, if anybody's been on my program for a long time, you know, I don't like ESO. I don't like Elder Scrolls Online. Not that I don't like Elder Scrolls Online, because I think it has one of the richest lores and IP, right? I absolutely think that. What I don't like about it is I'm too late to the game, and I don't understand the IP enough. I like what I run into. I really do. I like what I run into. I like what I find, but I'm not a huge fan of the Skyrim franchise. Not that it's bad. I just don't understand it. If that, like... And people are like, well, you could go and learn it. And I'm like, you're right, I could. But there's other... I'm already hooked on other things. I already like other... You know, I already like other things. Other things fill up the time in my life. I'm not looking for something that's gonna... I'm not looking to play ESO if I have to go play a bunch of other things to understand what I don't understand about ESO. Now, you give me a Game of Thrones MMO, and I'm gonna fucking love it, because I'm one of those assholes that is looked... I know Westeros inside and out. You give me an Ender's Game MMO. You give me a Chronicles of the Necromancer MMO. I'm gonna love that shit. You give me a Rifts MMO, not the one that Triumph Worlds did. You give me any of those, I'm gonna love it. Yeah. Thank you, Darb. And the other problem is, every time I try to get into ESO, I've missed so much. Game of Thrones, Ender's Game, or Chronicles of the Necromancer, I want all the books. I don't want this bullshit from the TV show. Like, you give me Catelyn Stark, I don't want this Catelyn Stark out of the book. I want the Stone Lady. You give me, don't give me Robb Stark at 20 some odd years old. Give me the 14-year-old boy who's got a horny heart on. That's why he ends up doing what he does, because he gets manipulated by the Lannister agent. So give me all that. Common problem with older MMOs. You've missed so much if you jump in right now that you have no understanding of what is happening and why. Actually, no. Common problem with WoW. Not a common problem with Final Fantasy. And this is where I think WoW lost a lot of its ability to acquire new players. When you play WoW, if my daughter said to me, Dad, I want to play WoW, I would first make a joke and I'd say, who are you? And I'd say, what family do I send you back to? But all jokes aside, I went back to WoW, I think now about 3 or 4 years ago, and I played a Forsaken. And I got to the point where Sylvanas dies on the road. And then the 3 angel motherfuckers who I don't like, the 3 angel things that I don't even know what they are because it didn't grab me and put its hooks in me so that I could want to get involved, raised her up and they said, well, we can no longer serve you because this will use all of our power. That's fucking great, but that's not what I played through a decade before that when I first got into WoW, or a decade and a half before that. Which means if my kid comes to me and plays WoW, my kid's gonna ask me questions and I'm gonna be like, I have no idea. Now, I don't mind if you have to change skill sets, if you have to change how you earn PvP points, if you balance stuff. I'm not talking about any of that. But if you play Final Fantasy XIV right now, and you tell me where you're at in the main storyline, you're at the same main storyline that I ran a decade ago. Because it's a storyline. One of the most frustrating parts about Final Fantasy XIV is people can buy a story skip so that they can quote-unquote catch up to their friends. But then they have no idea who these people are. Because they've never gone through the story. We have to decide. Even there they removed quests. No, they didn't remove quests. They didn't remove quests in Final Fantasy XIV. They removed what you're talking about is they removed the Pray Return to the Walking Sands. And it's a joke because the name of the place was the Waking Sands. But in between each expansion pack, you would get a mission, you'd have to go out, you'd have to do it, and there was no teleport crystal there. So you had to walk all the way back. And it was annoying as shit, but it was the only content we had. So people made the joke, Pray Return to the Walking Sands, because you had to walk there. Well, what they did was, instead of you constantly having to go back and forth and back and forth and back and forth, they streamlined it. You go out to here, and then where you would normally walk back, somebody calls you on your link pearl and says, it's great that you found the fucking 17 assassins with 19 muskets. By the way, go here now. So what, they didn't take out quests. They took out steps. They took out a lot of running around. Which is good. Take out anything that's not respectful of the player's time. Provided you have enough other stuff to fill my time. I don't want to do that one. Actually, I don't want to do any of them because I'm going to clear them later today. We'll go to the disco because it's just opened. So much Sunset content. Destiny 2 is the worst for a new player experience. So much Sunset content, whole expansion, and storylines. Right, and therein lies the problem. Now you can... I said once, there is a way that you could give yourself the best of both worlds. And the best of both worlds is this. What you could do is... kind of like what they did with Chromie. God, that thing is still bugged. You could do kind of what they did with Chromie, and what you could show would be echoes of the world, Or you could say, right, instead of making it, and you could do this, you'd have to be particular. And work with me here. If you want to keep some sort of players are jumping in on present day because you want players to not have to feel like they have to go back in time, then you go with the easiest way to ever produce that effect. Amnesia. And all you have to do is you have to cut in a little amnesia scene for new players after the core game has moved to its first expansion. Then all you do is you cut in an amnesia scene. Instead of you starting at the character creator, going to the first mission, logging into the first town, doing level 1 to level whatever, then what you do is you start them off at a hospital, an inn, or whatever. Wake them up, blurry eyes, black thing coming in. Whoa, partner, you've had quite a hell of a shock. We found you at the side of the road. And then player choice. The player, I'm Dr. Whoever. Can you tell me your name? Yes, no, I don't know. If you pick yes, oh, you seem to be recovering. Can you tell me about what happened? No. Well, think back, and then have, like, you could play some gimmicks with it. Like, think back, take out the watch, right? I started in a town, a city. Well, then, that's how you pick your, instead of you going through that initial first piece of character creation, they're walking you back through it. Take me back there. And then you go back in and you're level 1 and you work through it. And then when you get to each benchmark, you know, you could do a skip ahead if that's what the player wants. The player can choose to skip ahead and fill in the blanks quickly, or the player can go back through and play it. But doing this whole, hey, you never played through any of the first content, so you have no idea who these people are, or why the bad guys are, or anything like that. Well, that's where your disconnect is. I'd rather have a WoW 2 than fix the old one. It's great that you would rather have a WoW 2. Do you know why they don't build a WoW 2? If you want there to be a WoW 2, the first thing you need to do is get 4.2 million people to stop playing WoW. You need to get 6 million people to stop buying the expansion packs. As long as people are buying WoW, right? Yeah, if you skip, give a cutscene. Absolutely. But the only way you're going to get rid of WoW is if they stop making $250, $260, $270 million on box prices and not even have to struggle a little bit to fill in the blanks. WoW showed, I think it was about 2 years ago now, they showed a chart that hadn't been shown before, but it was a chart that they had shown their shareholders. They had never dipped below 4.2 million subscribers. Despite what people saying, they have less than 1 million concurrent players. There is a difference between concurrent players and active subscriptions. And as you saw yesterday, if you were here for my politics show yesterday, you saw the biggest problem with trying to fix a problem. Person that doesn't want to, a person who thinks they have all the answers, whose entire argument is based about Google searches. Well, I just did a Google search and it told me, yeah, you just did a Google search. What did it tell you? The person never even gave me an opportunity. I actually wrote a blog article about this person. Person came in. I thought that they were here to learn. I gave them a bunch of answers. They left. When they got back, they said, I did a Google search and you were being dishonest. And then they left and never gave me an opportunity to ask them what they learned, or B, how I was being dishonest. They just pieced the fuck out. Well, that person's gonna go along and feel reaffirmed in their position. They weren't looking for any information. And it's the same thing with gamers. There is, and you can go ahead and research it, and I would love for somebody to find it. If you can find it, I'll give you mad props. In fact, if you find it and you're willing to give me your address, I'll send you something nice. It won't be expensive, it'll be nice. Everybody says that New World sold 16.5 million copies. No, it didn't. The 16.5 million copies thing from New World comes from one Reddit post. I have chased it down in Origin. It comes from one user's Reddit post who made that shit up. Because if New World had sold 16.5 million copies of their game, they would have made over $800 million. In fact, let me bump it down real quick. They would have made at least $643 million. Do you think if their game studio had made $643 million, they wouldn't have reported that to the shareholders as a massive success? Their game sold 4.5 million copies, which barely broke even on the studio's operational budget for the time period that they were developing Lumberyard. But since gamers are so, dug in, somebody made up a Reddit post. Everybody takes it as fact, but nobody knows what they're quoting. And then when you try to tell them this is completely irrational, this is completely unlikely for these reasons, what do they say to you? You're just a hater. You don't know what you're talking about. You don't have proof. Of course I don't have proof. I can show you where the first... According to Steam Database, it's up to about 6 to 8 million sales now. The problem, where does Steam Database get their numbers? It's just like when you look at MMO population. MMO population tells you how they're getting their numbers. Steam Database pulls estimates. Let me look up something real quick. Okay, so websites that do this. Nope. Baldur's Gate 3. Baldur's Gate 3 from one of those websites that does that nonsense. Why are you not letting me grab you? Says that they have 1.51 active million players and they have 169.29 total player count. 169 million. Now, the interesting thing about that is that is over 10 times, right, the number that I can find. In November of 2024, they reported that they had sold 15 million copies. So in November of 2024, they'd only sold 50, and this is them saying how many copies they sold. Laren reported that they sold 2.5 million copies during their early access phase, and then they sold 15 million copies during the initial wave, and that was 2024. Are you telling me that outside of their launch since November of 2024, they've sold 154 million copies? What the fuck? But this is what people quote. People quote this. World of Warcraft only has 1.1. Here, I'll show you World of Warcraft. World of Warcraft has 1.12 active players. What are you talking about? The company itself, how do they only have 1.12 million players when they sell 5 or 6 million box prices? But see, this is what happens. When you dig into their website, estimated total player, our best guess at the total player base based on Reddit subscribers and our multiplier. So you've created a website based on fucking Reddit. Now, you say, I hope that doesn't include Game Pass because that's not a sale. And you are correct. Game Pass is not a sale. 100% correct. Except, and you knew there was going to be an except. Except, the way Game Pass works is that you pay $15.99 for Game Pass, and a portion of that goes to the company for maintenance, overhead, operation. A portion of that goes to the company for profit, and then the rest is left in a pool that gets divvied out among all of the people that have games based on utilization and rate. So, like, although I don't get a ton, I get sub 100,000 plays on Spotify every month. I do make a little bit of money off Spotify because there's a pool of money and I get my X over Y percentage of it. So Larian Studios does get money from Game Pass. They get money from Game Pass as an initial sum of money, like, hey, we would like to give you X amount of money for you to put your game on our platform. And then after that, we would give you X number of dollars, or X percentage of money based on play hours, which is a good deal. Because gamers, for some odd reason, have forgotten that game companies need to make money too. And I don't know why we're living in a world where people don't understand game companies need to make money too. Why? When people start running around with some of these numbers, it hurts my head. Because you're like, where did you even remotely get this number? Oh, that's a bad day. Back up on your rock and don't hit me. Oh, stop that. But no, they're never going to make a WoW 2 as long as they're selling $250-300 million worth of expansion packs. Because what's the point? It's like I said in the blog article I wrote. If it takes me $1 to sell something for $1.50, or I can sell something for 50 cents that I make for a penny, it's a lot more advantageous for me to sell the thing for 50 cents that I make for a penny. Because that means I can do 100 projects for the same risk that you can do one. And if all 100 of those projects each have the same return on investment, the first 3 projects cover all of my costs. The next 97 projects represent all of my profit. I hope they get that through whatever contract they have. I just wouldn't want the Game Pass plays put in as possible sales numbers, because it shouldn't count as the same. And let's be honest, Jay, I say the same expectations and learn. Oh no, I 100% agree with you. We can never make progress in having an argument or having a discourse in the gaming space as long as individuals that don't see the whole problem fill up the space. That's your issue with EverQuest. I played a lot as a kid, as an old man. I tried again, and I have no idea what's going on. Yeah, I 100% agree with you. Absolutely. Also, good morning. And yours was up on the side. I apologize. I didn't see you. I gotta rearrange all my monitors again. Lots of people discount Asmongold right away because they don't like Asmongold. The problem with discounting a person right away is that you're throwing away a good argument. His argument is good, but you're throwing it away because you don't like the argument. It's just like the other individual yesterday. Yeah, the ownership argument goes away when you Game Pass. Good morning. But the individual that was here yesterday that was all that individual was doing is arguing that I'm making arguments that are fallacy arguments, is that's the fallacy. If your entire argument is that the other person is arguing fallacies and they're not, that's the fallacy. And if that person is going to come in and be disingenuous, there's really no point in trying to have a conversation with them because they're not interested in having a conversation. They're interested in being disruptive. You can't say you're making a fallacy argument until you let me make the argument. Also, as a reminder for the people that have blocked high school geometry out of their head, high school geometry, you didn't get credit for solving the problem unless your proof was right. Because using a fallacy in an argument doesn't automatically mean you've got the wrong conclusion. What it means is you have the wrong proof. You can make an argument that has a fallacy in it, have a well-defined problem statement, get to the right conclusion, but you made jumps there. So that's when you say, yeah, I agree with the problem, I agree with your solution, but I don't agree with how you got there. It's like the person that said, what I had said was, the rising cost of labor in the 70s and in the 80s, due to the unions raising wages, is why big businesses moved their operations overseas, because the cost of labor is infinitely smaller. And the person is like, so we should pay Chinese wages. Whoever said that? I never said we should pay Chinese wages. I'm literally still defining the problem. I'm not on the solution. And then he came back, he's like, well, I Googled it and it didn't say anything about unions and raising wages about why they moved labor overseas. And I'm no longer going to argue with people. I finally got enough boots to the ass to realize that arguing with people is never going to change. I can argue with the rain and it's never going to dry up. If a person says that, I'll be like, okay, well then explain it to me. You tell me, if you say greed, I'll be like, okay, I have no argument for that because you're not interested in a counterfactual. You want to blame big business. You want to say that big business is terrible. What are we going to do in the world without big business? You just walk me through the whole walk me through it from your perspective. And I'll listen. Because if you've got a solution I haven't considered before, I want to hear it. If people have I wrote an article, and I'm never going back to Reddit, because Reddit is a toxic shithole. I wrote an article about how I think that the Chrono Odyssey CEO and lead developer was upset that people, debased their character creator. That's not something to be mourned. It's something to be celebrated. Now, I'm not against putting limits on it, but I hope that they don't limit it too much. And I did that article, And then people just dogpiled on it. You may not like what I say, but you're arguing right now. What? I do like what you say. What we have is, you say, it's the same for Thor. People don't want to listen to him anymore. Right, people don't want to listen to Thor anymore. Thor threw away his career as a streamer because he is...
I'm here.
Oh, apparently I'm on Eve. Let's see if we can kill Eve.
It's Eve.
People don't want to listen to Thor anymore because he doesn't think about what he's going to say before he says it, and he argues from a position of authority about things on which he is not an authority. And people have begun to recognize that. And a lot of the things he says are right, but because he's used that positional authority argument, people don't want to listen to him. Which is a shame, because I think he does have a lot to add to the space on some topics. And again, as much as I wish that I could grow to a community of 60 or 70 or 80,000 viewers, because I think I would do better things with the money than other creators do, I also don't want to compromise my views. I don't want to be that middle of the road guy that doesn't stand for anything. I'd much rather a great debate than an argument with willingness to accept others' fact. Yeah, if you have facts, if you have receipts, if you've brought up something I haven't previously considered before, you will change my mind on something, which people have. People have changed my mind on many things. Specifically in Once Human, they changed my mind about the blueprint thing. They changed my mind about the... I thought the blueprint thing was a bad idea. Overall, I thought it was terrible. But what people said is, do you really want to spend a full year getting your first 6-star weapon? And I was like, you know what? No, that doesn't really sound... that doesn't really sound like a good time. So I changed my perspective. And I thought I thought somebody made a really good structured argument. Which is all we need in life, is somebody to make a good structured argument. We don't, or somebody has to say, I may not have all the answers, but what do you think about this? I don't know why I decided to do this without food. This build kind of... Oh, shit. This build kind of relies on food. Did I accidentally kill the big guy with bounce? Oh no, there they are. Over there. The problem with the bounce builds is if you don't catch any bounces, is your damage goes right out the window. Your issue with him, and I guess people in general, is some can be right in front of them saying one thing, but they ignore it and say it's something else. Yeah, you're absolutely right. Sometimes people, they have all the evidence they need right in front of them, but the evidence doesn't fit their narrative. And that's where I talk about in the Stop Killing Games addendum that I did. When you want somebody to change their mind, you can't just say to somebody, you're wrong. You can't just say to somebody you're wrong and present them facts. if the person isn't willing or in the mindset to admit that they were wrong, and this is where somebody put their boot up my ass yesterday and reminded me of this. I got called out on my own playbook. If somebody is in a mindset where they're not looking for information, they're just looking to dig their heels in, then there's no point in engaging them, because all you're doing is getting them to dig their heels in further. Because if somebody is wrong and they're not willing to admit they're wrong, then it doesn't matter what you do. You're not changing their mind. You're not changing their mind at all. This chrono thing the CEO released is going to stop all those people who spent hours making celebrities and character creators just to make characters. Well, and I don't think that's necessarily a bad idea. And I'm not, and this is the thing, if you say that I don't want them to completely nerf the character creator, that becomes the waffles and French toast argument. Look, just because I don't want them to nerf the entire creator doesn't mean I want people to be able to make monstrosities.
She's vulnerable now.
That's not what I'm saying. I don't want to see monstrosities either. But what I'm really happy about is having had a conversation on my YouTube with a developer and the idea of clamping. I don't know what the solutions are, right? Because I'm not a developer. But a developer saw my idea and we had a discussion and he's like, you know what? We could fix this with clamping. And it would allow you to see your character how you want to see it, but wouldn't force you to see other people's characters how they want you to see them, so everyone's happy. And I'm like, you know what? Yeah. At that point, everyone is happy. If I get to see my character how I want to see my character, then that's oh shit, I'm kicking my ass. Then that's exactly what the win is. Oh shit. Let me see my character how I want to see my character, but don't disrupt other people's play. And I think that's a fine answer. I think that's a great middle ground. And if he's right, and I don't know if he's right or not, because he says that wouldn't take more than a couple of hours to program. And if he's right, and it's only a couple of hours solution, then that is a way better solution than taking away freedom. Hold on, I can't. Stop hurting me. Please don't hurt me. Yeah, see, she's too... I'm not really getting good bounces, because I'm only able to catch bounces off of the column she's above. And she's not... Okay, she's immune again. Send in the drones? Yeah, I don't have turrets with me. Because having turrets with me would have made sense, right? The nice part is at least remember when we did this and the hardest part of this was dealing with the dogs in the raincoats? Like a long time ago in a land far away, the hardest piece of this were not even the disciples. It was the dogs in the raincoats, because they would just knock you down and there was nothing you could do. The actual clamping of sliders is just clamping each value, right? My thing is I can't speak intelligently about how long it would actually take to implement. The guy that wrote the response says he could do it in a couple of hours and then it would just be universal. And I don't know if that's true. I don't know if that's false. I don't know if it works like that, because that's not my wheelhouse. But if it is that simple, then that's why we have discussions. Like, there's no point in discussing this, because if there's no point in discussing something, then why are you on a platform? Oh, I was outside of the box. Damn it. If you really believe there's no point in discussing something, why are you still speaking? Not trying to be a jerk, but if there's no point in having a discussion, then what are you doing here? Why are you speaking? Because you've literally just said there's no point. If I'm howling at the moon or I'm screaming at the wind, let me howl at the moon. Let me scream at the wind. If you're making a counter argument, what you must be worried about is that my counter argument goes against your narrative, and there must be a possibility that I'll be able to change the developer's mind. That's what you're worried about. You're worried that I'm saying something that goes against your wishes, your desires, which is fine. That's why we have discussions. How did that one not go in either? Or are those in? No, those aren't in. How did I miss? I was literally standing in that one. There's no way I missed. Unless the bounce kills aren't registering as kills. There's no way I missed that one. Okay. We kill the disciples. So I have a minute to work. Oh, got me. Okay. Wow. Okay, that one's taken care of. I wonder if the bounce shots don't count as a kill if I hit them on a ricochet. All 4 are flame. That's awesome, and I need all ice. That's a nice time. So this is gonna be a little rough because I gotta kill one. Doesn't even help me progress what I'm doing. Just die already. Okay, there's ice. Perfect timing. Now I gotta kill. Oh man, my armor's breaking. This is rough. Some people are able to clear this in like 2 minutes. I'm jealous of those people. Oh, this is rough. Okay. Clear you and hopefully get a ice to replace you. Ice to replace and clear up the trash. Okay, good. Stop hurting me. Eve, you're so obnoxious. Stop it.
She's vulnerable now.
Oh, hell. That was a rough, that was a little rude. You don't know how people clear this in less than 20? Because their builds are more optimized for killing faster. My build is not optimal for killing her. If I was in my shrapnel build, it would be a little bit more optimal, but as I'm saying, even if I'm lucky enough to get a bounce, I don't know why against her. Like there you saw I got a bunch of them. Bounce is not a good build against her. Also, if I really wanted to clear this, I shouldn't be using my dog. I should be using Snapshot, because then I would always be getting 43% more damage against her. Some people, like the crossbow people, they can clear this a lot easier than Bounce, because they shoot the crossbow at her and she takes continuous damage for a long period of time. Uh-oh. I'm gonna be very sad. I'm gonna be very, very sad. Okay, there. Now we have more than like 4 hit points. But I'm also doing this without food. Some people are clearing this in like 8 minutes with Chef double food buff. But I got a little bored running bingo all the time. Bingo just got boring. Oh shit. Oh, he'll be dead in 1 shot. Go, shoot at my... No, go, shoot at the dog. He doesn't mind. He wants to play... Oh, of course my dog is going after... Yeah, see, if with Snapshot, I would be doing 43% more damage to her. But I'm happy enough with that.
My beautiful baby daughter.
Snapshot got a nerf? Don't tell me that. I don't know how people can clear this in less than 20. I watched someone do it. They were throwing turrets, moving mods around in their inventory, switching guns. It looked like too much work. Yeah, generally what some of them are doing is they have multiple builds. You got your weapon to 6-star? That's good. Rail. Why the fuck were you in my party? Oh, because I cleared out one. Look at that. 238,719 minutes. I had to screenshot that. I don't 238,719 divided by 60. 3,978. Oh yeah, we started it and never finished it. I needed that laugh. 165 days. $165 days ago. Oh yeah, I'm so posting that. I'm posting that on Twitter. I'm gonna put, like, everyone's always talking about their longest clear time. Can you beat my, or their shortest clear time? Can you beat my longest?
I quite agree. Take them to the raw materials room separately.
Yeah. Yeah, fuck your 5-minute clear. I got my 165 day clear. Oh, I'm gonna get killed.
You'll need to harness its power. Well done. Now, let's
Oh, the new event. The new event was great. If nothing else, I got the one thing I wanted from the new event. I got a 5/5 Rebecca with Growing Pains 3. Yeah, it's 165 days-ish.
If you won't give me what I want, you're of no use to me.
Oh, shit.
Or perhaps you are.
Yeah, there's people that can kill him. I did half of a bar. There's people that can kill him before he even enters this immune phase. I can take about half of his bar off in my bingo build. Alright, I'll come over here. Yeah, I don't have my shrapnel build even as a secondary. Yeah, I'm gonna have to, if I want to, like, there's no point in me trying to solo this. I'm just doing it I'm doing it to see if I can with this build. This build is not really optimal for this type of environment. And I'm gonna be out of ammo, so I won't be able to finish this. I only have 400 rounds left. Of course, my other problem. I just used my last of that type of health pack. Yeah, I should have left. Well, I'd have to be on my private server is closed now. Wow, he's an angry camper. Do your job, dog. Yeah, so what I should have done is I should have switched chest mods a while ago so that all these fights that don't have ads for me to kill, every time I reload, I get bullets. Yeah, I didn't get him killed fast enough. Now I gotta redo this phase. Which is gonna be a nightmare now. You absolutely want to get him killed in one phase. Come on, guys. Play fair. Yeah, he's angry. Yeah, I lost the other one. More turrets and drones? Nice. That's what we need. Yeah, we needed those anyway, because we're doing nightmares later today. Ice guy. Yeah, that's what I needed to not happen. I might be able to finish this, maybe. Maybe. It's gonna be close though. Nope. Because he's throwing his temper tantrum. Sucks too when you see the bar so close. I caught him. So I don't need... I need... Wait, stop it. Maybe if my dog can keep aggro off everybody. Oh shit. The other problem is when he's in this... Fuck's sake, man. Calm down. There, now you're on the side I need you to be on. Why are you still immune? Oh, because I have this one. Shit. I thought this one was full already. I'll kill this guy before he gets out and causes me problems. Now you're on the right side. Kill him first. Walk. Come on, walk over here. Walk. Oh, shit. Good. Oh shit, he got on top of me. Oh, that doesn't work on him. You can't bounce through his shield. You can bounce through most other shields, but not him. That's sad. Oh shit, he's doing his temper tantrum. He kind of, his AI broke. He just kind of stood there. We need acid for whims. There's plenty of whims downstairs. I'll bring a bunch of acid. But yeah, we have a bunch of whims downstairs in the boxes by the door.
Still no sign of Eve or Kelly.
Is there a way to hunt for specific calibrations? No. The way you deal with getting specific calibrations is just farm. Farm as fast as you can, whichever silo you can farm the fastest. Now that we no longer need controllers to open the boxes, you just want to bang out as many as you can. If it takes you longer to do the side room, skip the side room. When I'm trying to get stuffs, I skip off the side room in Theta because I can clear the whole thing in less than 3.5 minutes doing the side room, but I just run right to the boss room over and over and over. Or if you know somebody that's been playing for a long time, then you say, hey, do you have a calibration for this? One of these days I have to sit down and clean out my calibrations. I have probably 20 boxes. I have probably 20 boxes of calibrations. There's 252 acid for making adrenaline shots. Oh. That's why you don't see them. See? What are you talking about? They're right there. They're in the box. What are you talking about? Shooter on harder difficulties, there's a preferred difficulty. You want to run it at the difficulty that you can reliably run it at so that it's quick. If all you're interested in is getting calibrations, then you want to do it as quickly as possible. Your ideal state is what I'm about to show you. This is where you want to get your setup to if you're farming for calibrations. Now, ideally, after a season or two, at the end of the season, you don't do what I do and you don't import everything over to Eland. You clear it out because I have an unacceptable amount of trash I have to filter through, and it's just the nature of the beast. Let me grab ammo, then I'll go over to Eland and show you the vomit that is my life. Oh yeah, Rail needs to make like 9,000 rounds of ammo. So this is what you'll end up with after a couple of seasons, and it's rough. But the nice part is once you have a stockpile of calibrations, you can import them for 1,000 calibration points. But like, that's drills. Like all of these over here are all full of calibrations. And the problem is I need to clean all these out because I have a lot of worthless ones. It's just the last 2 times we've come to Eland. It's just like this. I have crates and crates of deviations because they told us there's going to be some sort of deviation merging. And so my Eland just keeps turning into boxes and boxes and boxes of fucking deviations. And it would be nice if they would decide what they're doing with them. Because if they turn around and say that they've abandoned the idea of deviation merging, I'll clear them all out. Then I don't need them. Then they're a waste. Need the Indiana Jones warehouse. What I need is I just need to be able to open up the fucking black hole and throw it. Like, I'm not even joking. In EVE Online, this was my problem because I'm a pack rat, because I store everything. In EVE Online, I would just move bases. Like, I would change my mission hubs because I would have too much stuff and I didn't want to sort it. So, like, if I logged into EVE, I have ships, I have ammo, I have junk, I have stuff everywhere. I will be right back. Seems like the same thing happens with cats. Yeah, I collect those fuckers too. I have too many cats. I play with my cats. 10 minutes. Each cat gets 10 minutes of personal attention a day. And then the cats as a pack get quite a bit of attention a day. When I take my breaks, I go and I visit all the cats. But they each get 10 minutes of attention a day. And that's not if I'm clipping their nails or giving them meds, that doesn't count for their 10 minutes. If I'm grooming them, if I'm brushing them, that counts as part of their 10 minutes. So each cat I have gets 10 minutes of attention a day from me. Each cat that I have gets 10 minutes a day from my spouse. And then we spend an hour each playing with them all. So they get a lot of attention. But when you have 7 cats, that's a lot of work. Like, Impy wasn't supposed to live this long. Impy was supposed to be a hospice cat. We adopted him because his 5 siblings all died of feline infant syndrome, whatever it is. My wife's not here to ask. She knows what it is because she's the volunteer, but it's just kittens aren't viable and they die. So Impadoodle was supposed to be a short-term cat. And then Marie is supposed to be a short-term cat because Marie was... These people... I hate human beings. I like animals. I hate human beings. These people didn't want their 12-year-old cats, so they surrendered their 12-year-old cats. And the reason they put for their 12-year-old cats was they're old and they'll be expensive to put down and we don't want them anymore. That's just straight asshole behavior. And what's even worse is they declawed their cats. People don't know this. They think declawing their cat is taking off the nail. It's not. It's taking off the first joint of their finger. Yeah, 12 years of bonding and then fuck off. It's also pretty clear that this one was abused. Because by a man. Because most animals warm up to me fairly quickly. Abused dogs, abused cats. When I used to be able to handle working at the animal rescue, abused dogs, abused cats, they'd warm up to me and then I'd be able to work with them. I loved working as a cat cuddler with abused cats. Not that I love the fact that there's abused cats, but I loved getting them ready for adoption. But this cat, my spouse isn't home, and we're acclimating them. We're acclimating Marie to the rest of the family, and Marie is fine. She wallops the shit out of the cats, the young cats, because we have mostly 3 and younger. But my older cat, my emotional support animal, I'm now her emotional support human because she doesn't do much. She was attacking our older cat. And then the one day, the cat's ear was almost torn all the way off. I said, well, I can't have that. You got to go back. Because she was a rescue. And I was like, I can't blend the cats together. It's just not working. Well, a nice old lady adopted her. And then the nice old lady died. And my wife went in for her volunteer shift and saw my emotional support cat. So she brought it back home. Well, we've been trying really, really hard to acclimate the cats together. But she's too afraid to swat back. Because she's afraid she'll have to go again. Well, the old lady cat protects her. The 12-year-old cat protects the 3-year-old cat. And she wallops the shit out of Mischief. And he's my 2.5-year-old black cat. And he's just a shithead. He chases Mamacita around just to torment her. She runs into the room with Marie, and Marie will wallop him, and then he'll come in. Like this morning, he came in and he must have gotten thwopped. Because, like I said, I'm adjusting to my new meds. I can't do this dosage. We gotta take something out of the mix, because I was doing real good on the lower dosage, getting up at 6 a.m. writing blogs and working on the website. But this new one doesn't. This new one ain't working. But he must have done something, because he got walloped. Because he came and he like sulked with me. He wouldn't like leave, which is not bad behavior, but it was like, what'd you do? But yeah, as you said, people like that should get put on a no list. You surrendered your 12-year-old animal because it was old and it was gonna die and cost money. Well, great, cool, no more pets for you. And those people are actually on the cannot adopt list for the agency we work for. Their names are in the database. They'll never be able to adopt animals from that humane society again. Which is the way it should be. Because yeah, I get it. It's expensive. But it's like if you can afford to properly feed the cat, take the cat to the vet. Putting an animal down is a service that vets offer at the cheapest possible like cost. The vets aren't making money putting animals down. It's basically they're doing it at cost plus. Like, this is how much it costs them to put the animal down. Just order the medication, dispose of the sharps, dispose of the body for you. Like, they're not making profit on that. Because they know that that's like the worst time. Like, what they don't want people doing is like taking their cat out back and shooting it, or taking the dog out back and shooting it. They don't. You depending on your municipality, you can't bury animals everywhere. If you're in agricultural, you can. For the most part. If you're in a residential area, it varies by jurisdiction, and I don't even know the jurisdiction where I live if you can bury a pet in the backyard. I mean, you can bury a hamster and a goldfish, but I don't know if you can bury a cat or a dog where I live. I never would. I get mine cremated and then they go in cubes. I have enough cubes right now to start building a small wall. So. But yeah, Once Human, they did a really good job of introducing new content. The 2.0 content with the chef, the gardener, and the chef, the gardener, and the Beastmaster. Now seeing how they all tie in together, it was really, really good. I think they did a really, really, really good job of introducing the classes. They're not balanced at all. They're balanced for shit. But now if we could just get rid of this Michael Jackson moonwalking jump, like Armageddon spacewalk system, that would be amazing. I mean, I know that I can make the gravity thing, the gravity shot that makes it so that I don't moonwalk. Not gonna lie, in the preview, I wish they'd made the food look better. It all looks so gross. Yeah. Not gonna defend that. But I mean, I think every game that comes out, every game in development, every game in development needs to look at every game that's been launched and say, what did those games get right? You thought you had like 100 bees? No, you gave them all to me. Do you need bees? Bees were one of those things that you dropped off, and I probably have, shit, 30 or 40. See, and this becomes part of the gameplay loop now. Every 30 minutes, come back to Blackfell, run through, get these 2 boxes, go up to the other zone, get the boxes, which isn't bad. And I think it's a really smart, idea to have content that refreshes every 30 minutes. Because what it does is it keeps you locked into the game. And I mentioned this once before. If your content in your game runs on a loop where it gives me enough time to play, I'll say a match of Heroes of the Storm, because I don't play League. But if you have an amount of time between content in the game, you're looking to fill that space with entertainment. But if they can keep you engaged all the time, then you're not looking to alt-tab. And I get where people want to talk about immersion. And again, I'm not trying to shit on immersion. But immersion is a subjective thing. Immersion is very, very, very subjective. If you're on Discord versus in-game proximity chat, I could make the argument that you're breaking your own immersion, because you're talking to people that you shouldn't be able to talk to. And some people would accept that. And some people will say, well, I don't want to disrupt my gaming by not being able to talk to people. Once Human has proximity chat that I don't have enabled because I stream it and I don't want to be responsible for what people in game say. I don't particularly care for proximity chat. I like text chat. Or I want to have Discord or TeamSpeak because I want to be able to control who I speak to. I don't want to talk to strangers. Which brings me to the joke. When the Generation X kids were little, we got told, don't get into strangers' cars and don't talk to strangers. And now, when we've grown up, we call strangers on a phone to come give us a ride. But no, I think Starry Studios has done a lot of really, really good things. Not everything. I think Chrono Odyssey has done a lot of really good things. Not everything. I don't really have too many good things to say about Dune Awakening. Not because I don't have anything good to say about them, but I don't think Dune Awakening did anything benchmark worthyable. Actually, they did. If we want to try to find something good to say about every game, I like one part of their base building. That they recognize that you might not be playing every day, so you can front load energy production or batteries into your bases. I also and another thing, I do got a couple of things good to say about Dune. Another thing that they did in Dune that I thought was really good and really novel was they build into the build that you're going to have multiple bases. And the reason why I say that's good is because if you're going to have a really, really big, robust world, The Gathering was good. Thank you. Yeah, The Gathering was really well done. It was just enough of a mini game that people that want a mini game feel like they have a mini game. But it wasn't so disruptive of a minigame that people who don't want a minigame were going to complain about it. Like, it was good. It was beneficial. It wasn't a minigame for the sake of a minigame. It was a minigame that had meaning. I also, now that I think about Dune and the things they did do well, because I don't want to say the game did nothing well. Just have to think about it for a minute. I like the schematic system where you find a schematic and you can make one copy of the item, and then if you want to make that item again, you have to go find the schematic again. I like that approach. I'm not saying it's the only good approach, but I like that approach because then gathering matters. If I don't ever go out and do anything, I can't make the best of everything. Yeah, the story stuff was pretty good. But the story stuff wasn't so amazing that I would say benchmark it. You know what I'm saying? I would definitely benchmark that schematic thing. Because what do gamers do? Gamers make an alt for a crafter so that they don't have to engage with other people. Because they level up their crafter, they get it to max level, it has all the recipes, and then they never have to do anything with it again except make their own gear. Or they profit by making gear for other people. Which is fine if that's your primary. But if it's not your primary, then do you want to have forced social content, or do you want to have incentivized? It's a 7 or 8 out of 10, depending on what you want from a game. I would say that the beta was a 7 out of 10, but the launch was closer to a 6, maybe a 5.5, because they derped the shit out of their launch. Also, I from the sense in what I've seen and talking to people, they don't, like some of the viewers have said, it's a good 100 to 200 hour experience, but then after that, you kind of just are done. Which then means you developed an awful lot of content that people aren't engaging in. And hello. Hello. Hi. Hello. Hold on. Hi. Oh, you brought a ball. Sorry. Teeny Tiny thinks it's ball time. She was calling for attention. There's nobody else. There's nobody else here. So, or my smaller offspring is here. But no, I would say that in beta, Dune was a really, really strong 7, maybe a weak 8. And then in launch, oh well, oops, didn't mean to do that much damage to myself. At launch, because they had a lot of things, and then they didn't think their game out too well. They didn't think what's going to happen when people get to max level, which is a shame because the IP is good. People genuinely like the Dune IP. But I don't think they thought it through. What is it Winston says in John Wick? Have you really chewed this down to the bone? I don't think they chewed it down to the bone. I think they thought about it. And this is where it's hard. Like, I have bad ideas. You have bad ideas. We all have bad ideas. It's not about getting it perfect. It's about understanding you're gonna have bad ideas. It's about saying to yourself, who am I making this product for? So, like, people in my community have played it, and then they've left it. So, who is the game for? Is the game for PvPers or PvEers? Well, if the game is for PvPers, then you're spot on. If the game is for PvEers, then why do you have so much PvP content at the end of it? Why is it so many things are rewarded? You know what I'm saying? Why does PvP create such a reward? Like, I can't really speak on Dune. Yeah, personally, I feel like the end game is what people expected. Taking a Spice Harvester out and defending it. The issue, I think, is balancing. You're right. You are 100% correct. The end game is what... The end game... I don't think the end game is what people expected. I think the end game of Dune Awakening is what you should have expected from Dune. I think you should have expected that from Dune. And because I can't speak intelligently on Dune, let me speak intelligently on Eve, earlier Eve. Now, anymore, I don't know Eve anymore. But earlier Eve, Zydrene was restricted to nullsec. And so if you wanted Zydrene, you had to go out to nullsec. Well, because they limited Zydrene, they limited people's abilities to make ships. Because they limited people's abilities to make ships, people didn't want to go out to nullsec. So what they did is they complained and they complained and they complained, and then they did the drone drops. So they gave a little bit of Zydrene as people did those drone fight, or they did the drone missions, and everybody wanted drone missions. Then what happened was, Zydrene became so plentiful, nobody needed to go out to nullsec anymore. So then they took away the drone drops. But it didn't change the fact that people already had all the ships. So if you already have all the ships, it doesn't matter if they take away Zydrene, because there's enough ships built. It's one of those responses of, just because the players are unhappy doesn't necessarily mean you need to make changes. I think yesterday's content creator Twitter thing that I did was, listen to all the advice, but you don't have to take it all. But listen to it. Listen to the advice. Game companies, again, I would love for a vice president to come out and say, yeah, I own that one. That one's mine. That one is mine. I did that. I would love for a vice president at a game studio to be like, yeah, that really bad decision. Don't be mad at the developers for that. I forced the developers to do that. I did a bit with my guild, and there was no reason to take out a Spice Harvester. It was too slow, too weak. The same with the Orthopothecarier. It was expensive liability and not worth the risk. And you're right. If it's not worth the risk, the name of the phrase is those who risk it get the biscuit. Yeah, that would make sense, Rail. Because you're raising the region. So yeah, that would make sense. We're probably not going to be able to live out here unless I can't see that menu because I'm not a gardener. No, it's not per territory. It's per region. I think. I think it's specifically per region. So it's an aggregate of the whole region. But we'll have to test that. Hate it when it, you know, I understand you got to be smarter than what you're working with, but it would be nice if your grow shrooms would put everything like next to each other instead of grabbing. And it's like, I wish you could, and this is such a small change, it shouldn't be hard to implement. I wish that I could put the seeds in the planter box, not in the not in the mushroom container. I wish that I could say, you know what, I want aloe seeds planted in these boxes, because these boxes are where I have set up the lights to 80 and the water to 80. Come here. Yeah, you go. Yeah, oh, you found it? You found that you're not watering any plants? Good job. Do you see what I'm talking about? Like, it would be nice if instead of having to do this, if what I could do is put the seeds in the planter box so that the mushrooms would come along and say, what does the boss want in this box? Oh, he wants aloe. And he wants aloe in this box because, oh, he's got the lights and the water set. But instead, the mushrooms are like, let's plant it everywhere. Now, yes, it probably would just be smarter if I manually planted the aloe. And again, you got to be smarter than what you're working with. And that's probably what I will do. Ah, ain't nothing like cleaning up your mistakes, huh? There you go. No, I didn't replant the aloe yet. I just moved it to where it's... Yeah, I already have more boost. Yep. Well, I made more, I didn't plant more. But yeah, this chef thing, and I haven't even had a chance to play with the gardening yet. Adding in the classes was a really good step. I'm really happy with the direction they went with that. It's a really good time. And again, the cooking, you don't have to make something like ridiculously difficult. Right? Dreamland Wonder is underway. What? Was that you? Is there... Hold on. I think I have a cat trapped somewhere. Hold on. Is that you, Pumpkin? Little pain in my ass. Nope. Move it down. Just an annoying little cat. All right. I don't know what it's yelling about. Oh. Yeah, now it's open. That's what it was telling me. Because this is only open during certain times. So that makes sense. I do wish, this is another thing that they need to fix. So like, it's a little tiny small thing, but you'll notice that there's trees inside my foundations. But when I come over, they automatically break. again, I'm not a programmer. It shouldn't be difficult for them to change the code. So if the tree grows in through a foundation, is foundation present? Yes. Then tree breaks automatically. Am I ready for phase 3 ashes? I mean, when is it supposed to start? Because I really have no, I'm not being a smartass, I have no idea when phase 3 of Ashes of Creation is supposed to start. Fourth of August. I'll be back from Disney by then, so if I'm back, since I'll be back from Disney by then, yeah, I'll check it out. To be honest though, I have almost no expectations. I have almost none. Because I don't want to be disappointed. And with the changes to the nodes and the changes to the trade pack system and the changes to the freehold, like, for me, every player has their thing. Like, your thing is this, or your thing is that. My thing was the freehold system. And then they decided that they were going to radically change the freehold system. Well, if I have to be in a competitive guild in order to even have a chance at having a freehold, then that's not really gonna work, because I don't want to game at that level anymore, which is why I liked the idea of the freehold, because the freehold was supposed to be the middle of the competitive fighting for housing. In-node housing was supposed to be the most competitive, auctioning, all these things. Apartments were supposed to be the easy one, and then freeholds were supposed to be, you might not be able to get a freehold in the most, prestigious place, but you should be able to get one. And then they changed it. And it's fine. They can change whatever they want. And that's where I hate that community. I really, really hate their community. First of all, if you're allowed to make death threats on their Discord, you point them out to the moderators, and the moderators will say, we don't see it that way. Well, you know what? That's bullshit excusism. That means you're too afraid to police your community. And if you're too afraid to police your Discord, how can anybody ever expect that you're going to police your actual server? Do I not have any rabbits? How is that? Do I have no lethals? How is that possible? Oh, there they are. So, if you're going to say all these things and then nothing lives up to what you said, well, why would I want to play your game anyway? Like, for example, they introduced a person as their new Hey Rail, did you see that? I skinned a 5/5 lethal rabbit at some point. They introduced a person as their lead economic designer 9 years ago. And yet then when challenged, that lead economic designer wasn't really on their team. He just wrote them some white papers. But interestingly enough, that lead economic designer doesn't claim having worked at Intrepid, for Intrepid, or with Intrepid on their LinkedIn. Now, that seems a little odd to me. You have a person that supposedly designed you an economic system through white papers, and yet they don't make any reference to that on their LinkedIn. That's just a little odd to me. And I'm not saying anything other than that's a little odd to me. But then they do a video a couple of weeks ago and they introduce a guy as the guy that's leading their economic team. And then like 2 days later, they post that we're hiring for a lead economic designer. Well, you're supposed to be going in to your Alpha 3. You've cut an entire node stage. You don't have a lead economic designer. You don't feel comfortable promoting, so he get fired? No, I don't. He never worked for them, right? He never worked for him. If you ask me, right? If you decide you're going to start a business, and you come to me and you're like, Jay, I got a bunch of questions for you, and I'm like, cool. What do you got? I'm not necessarily, and like, say I write you some white papers, or I do a CPI event for you, or I review your game design document, or I do whatever. I'm not necessarily gonna say that I did that, but I might, if yours is a really prestigious game, then I might, hitch my saddle to your star. If you're going this way, I might be like, oh yeah, like in my others, I might be like, yeah, I wrote white papers for them. But you're a month away from starting your Alpha 3 and you don't have a lead economic designer yet. Why don't you just promote the person that you have to the lead economic designer position then? And this is just me doing the thing that I do, that analytical thing. If the guy you have doing the job has done a good enough job that you can move forward with testing, then why haven't you promoted him to lead economic designer? If the guy that you have doing the job can't be promoted to lead economic designer, what does that say about the quality of your economy design that you're gonna be testing? And it's what I said, and their community is fucking rabid, and that's why I left their community, and I don't go there, I don't talk there, I don't say anything there, because the people there don't want to hold Intrepid's feet to the fire. They don't want to make Intrepid be accountable for what they've said. And that's fine if they don't want to do that. But you're literally talking about excuses. You're literally talking about a company that, because gamers have short-term memory loss, you're talking about a company that said, we will never give a date that we're not 100% sure that we will meet, and then they give date after date after date after date after date that they miss. Now, I would never make a statement that we won't give a date unless we're 100% sure we're going to make it. Maybe you know someone who is selling a Kickstarter code. There are no more Kickstarter codes. Anybody claiming they have a Kickstarter code has one of the ones that were generated that are not going to activate. There hasn't been a Kickstarter code sale, a legitimate one, in a long time. 99% of the people who buy a Kickstarter code find out that the code isn't valid. As far as you probably have many people, I kind of resent that. Why would you naturally assume that I would have many people with Kickstarter codes? All the Kickstarter code people that I know have already used them because they've already tested. So no, I don't have any Kickstarter codes. And if I did, I would use them as giveaways. Now I have Alpha 2 codes that should still be valid because they had nothing to do with me being a content creator. They had to do with charity work. So I still have some of those, and the reason why I haven't ever given those away is because I will give those away when I cover Ashes next month. But no, like I said, the majority of the codes that you're going to run into are fake. Also, people are going to then try to tell you, well, I have a Kickstarter account that I'll sell you, and you can't trade accounts. That's against the terms of service. And not that they're exactly enforcing their own rules at the moment, but they will probably at some point start enforcing the rules. And again, it's a matter of who are you and what's your relationship to Intrepid. I know people who are buying Ash's accounts and they are content creators. Well, they can be content creators, but they're not official content creators, because to the best of my knowledge, there is no official content creator program. So, I don't know why anybody making content for Ashes of Creation would be buying an account. No, there's no point in having a content creator program. Why would they roll that out? There's no point. And just to be straight up, there's 0 point in them having an official content creator program because Margaret doesn't know how to manage one. They literally get told information, and because it doesn't go along with what they want to hear, they ignore it. How embarrassing is it for them, right? How embarrassing that Smurg, what they knew, if they ever try to say they didn't know Smurg was view botting, cheating, he wasn't just embedded viewing, he was view botting and chat botting, and they knew that. And if they ever try to say, well, we didn't know, if they ever, old Kickstarter accounts with lifetime subscription, that's a reason. Who's selling those? Not very many people. Yeah, they took apps a long time ago. If they ever try to say that they weren't aware of Smurg and him view botting, call them out on their bullshit and say, yes, you were. If they ever try to say that, if they ever try to pass off that nonsense, just be like, yeah, you're full of shit. Yes, you did know. Because they did know. And the reason why I know they know is because I told them. I said, you have a guy that is view botting, chat botting, buying followers, and he's making it really hard for all of your other creators to be competitive because everybody sees Smurg as some sort of legitimate authority because he's got this viewership. Smurg doesn't have any original ideas, and now he got banned, and I'm glad he got banned, because if you cheat, you deserve to get banned. I'm talking about Smurg. He got caught. What he was doing is, as a content creator, both for Ashes and for other games, is he was buying views, buying embedded views. He was view botting. He had a chat bot program running, and because he's not smart enough to know that there are people that can see what's going on your channel. And so Intrepid was told, and they were told, hey man, you're basically allowing a guy who's cheating the system to push out your smaller creators because they don't feel that they can be competitive and they can't grow because this asshole keeps stealing people's ideas, stealing people's content. He's a plagiarist. And Intrepid was like, oh, it's fine. Yeah, Smurg. And now Smurg's not even a streamer anymore. He got banned so hard they fucking deleted his ass completely. You didn't tell me 3 years ago he was view botting. Nobody needed to tell me. I knew he was. I knew he was view botting. There was no fucking surprise, man. You're like, I told you. No, it's not like I argued with you. What I probably said to you is you shouldn't be saying that unless you have proof. But I had proof. I had the fucking receipts. I had the data. I had somebody who is smarter than me and who went into his Twitch chat via IRC. He had 10 viewers and he was view botting 5K viewers. You're right. That's exactly what he was doing. You are 100% correct. And that is because he's too fucking dumb to know how to do it properly. The way you view bot properly, embedded views are permitted by Twitch's terms of service. Or let me clarify. Embedded views were permitted by Twitch's terms of service up to the last time I looked. I will never use embedded views. I don't think embedded views are legitimate. I don't think they're honest. I don't think they're a good way to do business. What I think they do is they create a very, very bad picture of your channel and your brand. The only time, the absolute only time I can see using, not view bots, because view bots are against the terms of service. The only time I could see using a couple of embedded views is when you're struggling to hit a threshold for some sort of content creator affiliate program, and you only need like 2. You only need like a 10% increase in your viewership to reach some sort of threshold. So say you need 25 average viewers to get into ArcH2's content creator program. So you need 25, and you're sitting at 22 average. Then it kind of makes sense for you to do 3 embedded views to get you up to that average, because you're not exceeding 10%. And then as soon as you grow to 25, if you don't see yourself go from 25 to 30 to 32 to 34 organically, then it doesn't make any sense to do it anymore, because everybody's going to know what you did, and everybody's going to know what it looks like. But there are times where using embedded views are good. Another place to use embedded views that could be considered good is when you're trying to get out of the bottom. You're trying to get out of the dungeon of a category. You've got seven good followers. They show up every day, they talk, they chat, they're engaged. You got 7. And if you had 10, you would be in the top 8 of the category. The top 8 of the category is more likely that you're going to get seen. Well, then, and only then, does using 3 embedded views make sense. But everything else isn't helping you. Everything else is actually hurting you. And buying followers is dumb. Because followers don't do anything for you. But buying followers is smart when there's dumb companies out there that set the parameters to join their creator program based on your followership. Followers don't mean anything. Right now I have 8,200 followers and I have 23 viewers. My followers are from my days of ArcH. My followers are from my earliest days of Ashes of Creation. They don't care that I'm making content about Once Human. Nor should they. What they care about is if the time comes where I go back to making Ashes of Creation content. Which I probably will not make Ashes of Creation quote unquote content. I will stream it, but I probably will not go back to making videos. And the reason why is I don't feel comfortable enough with the product to endorse the product. And somebody has already mentioned it. There's no gradient to integrity. And this is where I wish all gamers would kind of unite. There's no such thing as a gradient of integrity. You either have integrity or you don't have integrity. As soon as you get caught in one lie, your integrity is burned. You don't have any. And the problem is Intrepid got caught in that lie. Intrepid got caught in a really stupid lie. Yeah, Tristan isn't here because he's back home working on Nodes Part 3. Bullshit. No, he's not. He's at home because his wife is having a baby. We don't have investors. Bullshit. Yes, you do. It's in a court filing. So, how many times are you going to get caught lying and expect people to continue to buy into the we believe in transparent development? Oh, you believe in transparent development, just not honest development. We believe in transparent development. Yet you made a decision in 2021 and the lazy peon didn't ask you about it until 2025, and that's when you decided to share it. Well, what happened to transparent development? You wanted to make a major change to the node system, which again, I'm never arguing that a game development company can't make changes to their game when their game is in design. That's not the argument. That's not the position. The position is you said you were going to engage in transparent development. And then when it got difficult to engage in transparent development, you fucked off with transparent development. So what's up with that? If you want to fuck off with transparent development, you can just literally say, hey guys, we've been transparently developing for 7 years. That means we have done approximately 96 live streams about the development of the game. And what we're finding is we can't go left or we can't go right without people not liking a decision. And what we're going to do is we're going to go dark for a little bit. And then in a couple of months, we're going to come back and we're going to show you what we've iterated on. And then we're going to ask you some questions about it. But Grumpy Old Man is a very wise old man. And he said, the quote is, a camel is a horse designed by committee. And then you've got the quote, a game designed for everyone is a game designed for no one. You've already decided who your target audience is. Then design it for them. Then just be done with it. Just build it. I don't think Intrepid should be showing off a build in less than a month. Other people that have tested it recently have said, and then I'll grab your question of what do I want to see improved in Once Human. But people that have tested the game lately have said the game isn't even ready to be tested at the level that they're testing it now, let alone testing it at any higher level. Stuff that should work doesn't work. Well, okay. Stuff that should work doesn't work. Then why are you progressing to a new stage if it doesn't work? Like, somebody told me that the launcher doesn't even work right yet. And I don't know if it's true. I don't know if it's not. All I know is I was told that the launcher still throws fits when you try to update. Well, if that's true, you shouldn't be moving forward with testing. Apparently they invited like every Alpha 2 tester to the PTR. Well, why are you having to invite every Alpha 2 tester to the PTR? Do you not have enough testers? And if you don't have enough testers, how did that happen? Because you said you had over 100,000. So these are all the things where when you talk about integrity, you can't say we as a company have integrity, but we're going to ignore the fact that Smurg has none. After you were told, hey, you invited a guy that is literally viewbotting to a Q&A, but you kicked me out of it because of my vulgarity. Okay. So at that point, I stopped talking about Ashes. And then the bullshit happened, and I was like, well, I'm not going to make content, but I'm certain if somebody comes in and asks me the question, I'm certainly not going to not answer the question. So yeah, I'll look at the game. If it legitimately starts next month, I'll install it. I'll look at it next month. I'm not going to know anything about it because I haven't looked at Ashes since December. Because I had other games to play. And I didn't want to treat it like... I didn't want anybody to accuse me of trying to profit off of Ashes of Creation when I don't like the game, when I don't like the company. I didn't want anybody to be able to accuse me of that. So I just didn't... I haven't done an Ashes live stream, I don't think, since December. If I did one since, it was to look at the game. I might have gone into the Ashes category one time to talk about that really shitty news article that was written about Intrepid Studios, but that was more because I was talking about Intrepid, and I wasn't defending them, but I was talking about the bullshit news article that was written about them. And I might have gone into the Ashes of Creation category for a couple of minutes after the Narc thing. I think somebody said I should move into the category because I was predominantly going to talk about Narc leaving. And when it comes to Narc stopped making content altogether, to my knowledge. Somebody told me he no longer makes any content. So he would be about the fifth content creator of any notable size that stopped making content for their game. And then if you say there's content creators that are trying to buy accounts, well, that's not going to be a good look if somebody fucks up and it gets revealed that they were a content creator and they bought their account. Well, that's going to be a really bad look. But at the end of the day, I still wish them well, and I wish them well for two reasons. Reason number one why I wish them well. If they don't launch, I don't get paid. And just so there's no fucking about with that, I have a lot of referrals. Not as many as like Lazy Peon, but I have a lot of referrals. If they don't launch, I don't get paid. I can only get paid if they launch. So I want them to launch. I want them to launch. Because the amount of money they owe me would help me fund at least 4 albums. I would be able to fund at least 4 music albums with what they owe me. So I absolutely want them to launch. Oh, you can't. Yes, you can. So I absolutely have a vested interest in them launching. I want them to launch. So people are like, the other day a guy said, this is the washed up content creator who washed up Ashes. Didn't know I washed up Ashes. Didn't know Ashes was washed up. Now, what do I want to see improved in Once Human? Number one, I want them to decide on a direction of what they want this game's identity to be. Do they want it to be a survival game? If you want it to be a survival game, like look at this. The wilderness is no threat to me. As long as I pop a beer or a malt ale or a cornflower tea, there is no threat to me in the wilderness. Zero. None. There's no threat. Then it's not a survival game. Somebody said earlier that it's a house building game. And they're absolutely correct. It's a house building game. It's a base builder. But then what's the objective? It's a little bit of a dungeon runner, right? There's lots of dungeon running to be had. Which is cool. Like, it's a dungeon runner with guns. And we I don't think we necessarily have enough of those, right? Hi. I know, but it's Saturday. Come here, teeny tiny. Oh, hi. Let the people see the pretty kitty. This is Athena. The teeny tiny. She also comes from a litter of cats that didn't have much survival rate. Her siblings died of heart complications. That's it. That's it. No, I can't play ball right now. I'm sorry. Be mad. He wants to play ball. It's not ball time. It's stream time. Play ball with her in a little bit. Play ball with her when I'm making lunch. I would not even a base building. I would interpret it as a base as a fighting platform, a la Horde Night. Yeah, exactly. It's not a base builder. It's a house builder. It's a house building game. I would absolutely agree with that. I would not only absolutely agree with it, I'm actually going to say that the person earlier has convinced me. This isn't a base building game. It's a house building game. Absolutely right. Because I'm not going to argue something where, you know, ironically, people think I enjoy being argumentative. I don't enjoy being argumentative. I really don't. I enjoy what Captain Picard said in Star Trek. I enjoy discussions if they're a crucible and we're burning away all the bullshit and we're left with a pure product that is the truth. If you're just gonna bullshit about your opinion though, then I'm gonna add counterweight. But then after yesterday I decided there are just some people who aren't interested in a authentic, genuine discussion. That's not what they're interested in. They just want to bullshit. And that's fine. They can do that. They can just do that somewhere else. They can do that somewhere away from me. Because I don't want... Because what's the other thing that somebody said to me was, is it worth losing all the people that come into the channel when you're trying to convince somebody who's being obstinate and all the views that you get and people leave right away because they're like, this dude's just an asshole? And I used to think, yeah. But then some people that have stayed have become really good community members, and I'm like, well, maybe I shouldn't be doing that. Because maybe that is hurting my brand. And not that I really care about my brand. I mean, I do. I care about it a little bit. I care, but then I realized if I'm not being careful with my brand, then what I'm not doing is making music, and I'm not able to afford to pay for albums, and then I'm not able to donate money to charity. So then it becomes a matter of what am I trying to accomplish? And if I'm trying to accomplish a setup where, like, I would love to get back to the point where we could donate as a community. I would love to have the income level where my 10% is, right? Where my 10% a year is $1,500. Like right now, my 10% is maybe $500. If I give 10% of what I've earned through the company to charity this year, it's maybe 500. Where it used to be 1,500. Make little donation here, little donation here. Do random events throughout the year and be like, oh, okay, I'll match that. It used to be, you know, one really big dump, other dumps. I mean, that's the one year we were trying to be the top community in the Ashes, and then good for the kids, somebody dumped a shit ton of money on top of it, which is good because it's for the kids. But yeah, the person was like, do you think it's worth it losing potential viewerships to argue with an idiot? I was like, fuck, you got me. You got me in a box here. I shouldn't be arguing with idiots. If somebody is so far into the realm of not wanting to have a genuine conversation, then just say, okay, lead me there. And if they don't want to lead me there, just say, okay, you're entitled to your opinion. I'm glad you have it. Now, somebody brought up earlier, is there a reason why there's a big push on EVE Online and Albion Online? I don't know. Oh, wait, hold on. I gotta go back to Varys' question. So what else would I like to see improved about Once Human? I would like to see them stop making new content that's bad new content. And I would like them to decide first of all, they have to decide what they want to be. Second of all, after deciding what they want to be, they have to look at what they've already built and then what needs to get iterated on. Third, I would like them to more thoroughly balance. And this has really turned into the flavor of the month game. It's not a good time when your game is literally the flavor of the month. Which build is flavor of the month? Not all the builds are created equal. I don't think all your builds have to be created equal. But in a game where you can solo everything, like you saw me, I didn't do it all at one time, but I soloed all the parts of Leia Labs today. I obviously didn't do it in 20 minutes. I did it in 146 days, apparently. But if you can solo all of the content, then what type of game have you made? And it's fine for the game developer to say, well, what we think the game is. And the developer should have an opinion on what their game is. They absolutely should. But if the developer has an opinion of what their game is, and the player base doesn't agree with that opinion, right? If the player base says, you know, you're calling it a survival game and we're calling it a PvE looter shooter, well then the developer has to say, are we wrong? And I know that sometimes it's rough to get into the discussion, but psychologically speaking, for somebody to say I am wrong about my own project, my own product, my own life's work, my own this or my own that, that's a hard swallow. That's a hard swallow. But they have to do that because they have to say, well, I can dig my heels in and say what we built is this, and if you don't like it, you can lump it. Well, then the lump it is they don't support your game anymore. I don't think Once Human should be considered a survival game. What surviving am I doing right now? And the answer is none. I'm not doing any surviving right now. I don't think it should be considered a fort builder, because my building my fort is completely irrelevant to the survival of my base or my team or my hive. This base is never going to get attacked. This base is never going to be a threat. I don't have to invest a single watt of power into turrets. I don't have to have people logging on throughout the day to just keep an eye on the base. I don't have to have people, like, I don't have to have the game loaded on my side screen so that I can see what's going on, ready to alt tab over at a moment's notice to say, oh hell, the base is being attacked. So I don't necessarily know if calling it a base builder is accurate, like Grumpy Old Man said. I would like it to be. I would like there to be. I would like the Stardust Resonator to be valuable again. But again, this thing, right? That thing right there allows me to put Cortexes in it, turn it on, and then get Starcrom. Well, I'm already maxed for Starcrom this week. I can't get any more because I'm already maxed on my Stellar Stairway. And even if I wasn't maxed on my Stellar Stairway, I have 427 crates for leveling up my Stellar Stairway. So if we do 427 divided by 2 equals times 500 equals divided by 66,000. I can skip for 1.6 seasons. I can tell you I will not be streaming for 2 more hours. Luckily, your time travels with you to another streamer. I can guarantee you I'm not streaming for 2 more hours today. There is no availability in my life to do 2 more hours today. That just cannot happen. I would love to be able to. I would love it. But you can go to any other Once Human creators who are live and get your remainder of your hours. Well, one thing that has been discussed in the past with drops is that it not being that way. That the drops would be attached to your time on a particular streamer. Also, interestingly enough, I got a drop for a game that I didn't watch any streamer for. I don't know how. I don't know why. But I got drops for a game I had nothing to do with. So that was interesting. Why is this not working the way I want it to? I don't even play the game. That happens to you as well. Yeah, I'll tell you what game it is, because I have no idea. I have no stock in the game. Nobody asked you, even though that's me. I got drops. Like, I got drops for a game called Star Rail. Like, I don't know anybody who plays Star Rail. I haven't been in anybody's stream that was in the Star Rail category. Like, you got drops for Hitman? Yeah. Yeah, the TV one is amazing. Like, you're absolutely correct. And that's another thing that companies should look at doing. Like, it could be that you left your computer on with the stream on and someone no, I know it's not, because I know who I watch, and the person that I was watching didn't raid. Because I went back and I was like, what the hell? Plus, man, for my computer to be on for 10 hours, I'm not away from my computer for 10 hours. Not gonna lie, I set this on before I went to town. Oh no, and that see, for you know why you got the drops you got, because you did that. I didn't. So I'm trying to figure out, like, why I got drops for a game I've never heard of. Now, truthfully, if it wasn't one of those, like, anime-based games, because I got drops for it, I might go look at the game. Like, to be blatantly honest, if you gave me drops, if I didn't have to watch Dune to get Dune drops, it might nudge me back over the edge to go look at Dune. It could be a Twitch tab buried under 50 others. It could be. But not very likely, because when I'm on this PC, I'm generally working on something, which means I'm generally working on a video or video footage or editing video footage when I'm on my streamer box. And I don't have Twitch, I don't have anything but video games installed on my other box. I don't watch Twitch streams on my other machine. So, yeah, I will admit, user error. I could have been in a stream that I didn't realize what I was in. But chances are more likely that I just got drops from being on Twitch, which isn't entirely a bad idea. It's not entirely a bad idea. You know, people are on Twitch, let them get drops. It's not the worst idea I've ever heard. It's free advertisement. It is free advertisement. Definitely would work to get people to play games they haven't yet. Yeah, absolutely. 100%. Oh, I think I know what the problem is. Hold on. No, the problem shouldn't be that, because I should be able to go right there. New building system they did with load bearing. Load bearing capacity 0. Oh. Derp. I don't know why an object that's on the floor above it overlaps with the structure, but I'll just go with it. And again, this is another one of those things in Once Human. Fun fact on load-bearing, walls can be extended forever. Yes. Walls can. But they shouldn't be able to. Like, there's no... Putting that there is... There's no load-bearing there. They will all be 100% could spawn a wall from one ceiling tile. Hold on. Let me check that. No. Oh, yeah, you're right. No, because I have that there. Oh, wall. Wall. Yeah. Forgive me. I'm stupid. You said wall, and you're right. It is wall. Who could have thought that structural integrity is a bit of a pain to... Yeah. Don't... Yeah, that's what you're saying. That's what it was. Because now that I have a wall there... No, it doesn't do it anymore. They fixed it. Hold on, let me make sure... Let me take out... Yeah, see? If I take out that one... And that one. I'm connecting to this wall. I think they... Oh, wait, hold on. Yeah, see it? Do a single ceiling tile, then halfway on top, then extend out from it. Yeah, I'm going to show you. That you're right, it is how it used to work, but they patched a bit ago. Because you're right, that's how I did the other base. And one day I logged in and the other base, half the other base fell apart. And I was like, what the fuck? Like, I logged in and 8 ceiling tiles were missing. Okay? Besides the fact that all of these are walls, right? And I know what you're saying. I go there, and it used to go all the way away, but it doesn't anymore. Because that tile can't bear load. If I put that there, and I delete that out, now I should be able to go back to... Oh, I'll take this one out too, just to be sure. So now, build a wall off the 100 capacity wall hanging. Okay. The problem is I don't... Okay. See? You can... When I drop that wall goes to a 0. And that wall goes to a 0. Are you talking about doing that? See, those aren't catching. Those are catching because I have those structures in place. They patched it a bit ago. Yeah, why the fuck would I want to... Because you can't do what you're saying. Okay, so there's the ceiling tile, right? And you do that. That's great. That's not what I'm trying to build. If you're talking about doing this, that's yeah. But that's not what I'm trying to build. Because I'm trying to build a farm. And I can't have all those walls up there. Yeah, I know what you're saying, but that's not what I'm trying to build. Yes, you're correct, but I can't do what I want to do that way. Unless you're saying this still works, and I'll check. Which I don't think it does anymore. Like this, yeah, this works. But as soon as I try to do, right, I can build off these. And I'll do one more. So all that's connected. The wall doesn't... yeah, but I'm not talking about that. That's not what the problem is. The problem is you used to be able to do 6x7 with just ceiling tiles. You didn't have to have any load-bearing capacity to do... as long as you were 6x7, you could do the whole 6x6. You could do 6x6 with just ceiling tiles. You can't do that anymore. Like, I can't even step one off of a 0 load bearing capacity. I used to be able to do that one and then one more. And so they changed it. And even if I do this, right? It doesn't count. Thicken the ceiling with 1/4. Yeah, you just have to use your 1/4 walls to create a frame to hold it. Right, but I can't have walls up there. That's the problem. I can't have walls there because walls will block the light off the lamp. So, this is another one of those. I wish that they would stop. Like, if you're going to include a system called load-bearing capacity, if the load-bearing capacity of this wood ceiling is 0, then that wall shouldn't be on it. Because if this is 0, then it shouldn't be able to use the wall at all. It shouldn't be able to bear any weight. Now that load-bearing capacity is 33, but it's 33 on 0, right? That's 33. Right? That's 100. So that's a foundation. That's 100 because it's attached to a foundation. But that's 33. So if it's 33, then how are we putting stuff on it? Can't you do those gravity? I could do the gravity flooring things if I had enough of the gravity crystals, which is another one of those things I'd like to see them change. You give people the ability to play with this amazing anti-gravity foundation. But then they need 150 gravity crystals for each one that they want to drop. Doesn't really work out very well. Now what I could do is I could try coming up to the dead center, which would be right, which would be that one, and I could drop. Yeah, you can build any size skyplat with one gravity foundation. So if I do one gravity foundation in the middle, then it would let me build off of it. So I don't think I have any spares back at the house. I don't think I have any extra crystals. See, now that's... And what I imagined they did... Wait, farm abrasives? Well, yeah, I can't... Unless I miss something, there's nothing I can do until the next gravity... the next gravity era, unless there's a way for me to get those in the 30 minutes that it's not the gravity time. And if that's the case, I'd love to know that. Which is another, like, I feel that they built the entire structural integrity system. What are abrasives? You clearly know something I do not. Because I can't get 600. I run around and I open up the chests. Obviously, that's not as effective as whatever you're doing. I farm up at White Cliff. But they don't respawn very quickly. Unstable aggregates, the floating orbs. Oh, yeah. Wait. Unstable aggregates, the floating orbs. Look at the interactive map. They're all over. Okay. Do you know whose map has them? Next. But yeah, that would be useful to know. Damn it. But yeah, I feel like they introduced this whole gravity or this whole load capacity thing in order to do these floating tiles. And I feel like the only reason why they did these floating tiles was because they were... What the fuck is going on over here? What the fuck are you guys doing? Oh, okay. But I feel that the only reason why they got mad about, or the only reason why they were so don't do floating bases is because they wanted to turn around and turn it into a whole scenario. Like, and that's fine. But you added a structural engineering or a structural capacity, a load bearing system that doesn't make any sense. Right? And so what I'll do is I'll go out and I'll get a floating one. I'll replace that one with a floating one. Then I should be able to build off of it. Yeah, because you can build out. So you can build out that far. Oh wait, hold on. No, you can't. You can't go any further. Some of those other ones are catching other things that I dropped. Yeah, it's done at that point. Which, see, makes no sense because I can go 2 down that way, but I can't go 2 down that way. The quarter walls as a frame would be every 6 spaces each. Okay, let's see if the quarter wall. It's 8. That's half. Where the fuck is the quarter goddamn wall? I should have it, right? There's the 8th wall. So I have half and I have 8th. What, did I not unlock something? Hold on. No, I have... The quarter stone wall is on small. Quarter wood... Oh, okay. Well, I have it. So... Okay. Let's do this. Let's make a center column. Okay. So that solves a little bit of the problem. Now, let's grab the quarter wood wall. Oh, I think I know what the problem is. No, hold on. Let me. Yeah. I know. Let me get rid of that. I think that might, because I've tried this before, but I think it's because I put the columns in place. No, see, where I'm running into the problem is I can't ever get that to go off the floor. You see what I'm saying? Like it connects to the wall in the middle. Build the joist before the roof. Is that what it is? It won't let you go in there because there's already something. Yeah, see, I can't. Let me take out that roof. This is the problem I ran into. What do I have to take? Take snap off? Yeah, see, it never lets me go. It never lets me go to the top. Oh. That's probably why. It's always when I build with these little half fucking wood columns. Yeah, see, I have the same problem. Oh, so now bring one over. Is that what you were saying? Stop it. Let me delete this. I think I see what you're saying now. God, I hate these things. So that's what you're saying. You're saying use them like this. Then I can take out that one. I can take out that one. And I don't need that one. I don't need that one. And I should be able to take out that one. No, I have to leave that one in place. Yeah, see, therein once again is going to be the problem. I can't come any further. Well, I should be able to, because that shouldn't block the light. I need to come one more. If I can come one more over, then that should let me finish that wall. Right? No. But I can do it. Yeah, I could do it the other way. Shit, that's going to take a while. See, why can't they just go back to the old way that they had this? Like, we didn't need this. We didn't need this new shiny. All we needed was the same old and busted. Although that's better than having columns everywhere. And that should work. Because the light... Well, that might not work. But we'll try it. Also, this is also busted. You're getting infinitely load capacity, but it does make... Well, it kind of makes sense structurally. It doesn't make 100% sense structurally because... Like... That's why you would need to do those. Like, in theory, that having 33% load bearing capacity is bullshit, because that having 66 makes sense because it's braced. But this having 33% load capacity doesn't really make a lot of sense considering that it stops short. So that's not connected to that at all. But fucking video game physics, right? We won't knock it too hard. This makes sense. Right here, this makes sense up to there. And then here, this no longer makes sense. Do we have little tiny triangles? Yeah. So like this would make a lot more sense. Not that one. Right? I could make sense out of it if you did this. So if you did that, then it makes sense to 3. If you did another square, right? If you did another square and then you did, you know, you did a triangle below the squares, then it would make sense. If it was connected from one side of the wall to the other, yeah, exactly. If you were bracing it, if you were bracing it across, then it would make sense. Then run the whole way across. Yeah, exactly. But like, there's no reason why this is 66 with nothing under it. This is 66 with nothing under it. This is 66 with nothing under it. This is 66 with something other, not connected to anything. Yeah. My father taught me carpentry when I was young because he thought I was going to follow in his footsteps. And I was like, fuck no. I ain't doing this shit. It's hot. It's hot outside. I want to be outside. I want to be inside. I don't want to work outside. I want to work where there's air conditioning. But yeah, that makes a lot more sense than having a bunch of columns. But unfortunately, as always, it is always so much fun being on my show. Why you get them whole house remodels and tile a bathroom or something? Though yeah, the outside job's stuck in the hot season. Yeah. That's why you get the whole house remodels. Exactly. Unfortunately, as always, there's only a certain amount of time in the day, and my stream time is at an end. It always hurts my heart when I have to leave, but I gotta go be a dad and a cat dad and all these other things. So I will see you guys on Monday.
I wonder if the organic meat sack that runs this channel knows a lot of these sponsors don't sponsor us anymore.
They were longtime sponsors. The credits are fine.
Do we get paid? Is any of this sponsorship money for Gale, Daisy, the Chaos Fund?
You are a figment of Jalan's imagination. I don't think you will be getting